Okay, hello everyone. Welcome. This is a different stream than you usually see me in, but for those who don't know, I am Hokori. I will be your host tonight. As you can probably see by the stream titles, our guests tonight are, some pretty notable members of the community. So we have Donkus Gone, we have Fabs, Nailax, Dia, Gothix, and Redek, plus a special extra guest at the end of the stream. So it's going to be a long one tonight, about as long as a normal US stream, but if you stick around to the end, then we will have a special guest for you. Though, if you're not able to stick around the entire thing, don't worry, the VOD will be up on YouTube, and I will hopefully edit it in time for PR's release to be just a normal video. But for now, I guess before we introduce our guests, why not introduce myself? So if you don't know who I am, hello, I am Bailey, but you all know me as Hokori. I have been in the Rivals 2 community since about 2017, and since then I tried my hand at competing. I couldn't get further than, amateur level, and I then started doing commentary and graphic design, and eventually started TOing US 2 last year. In that time, again, I started commentating. I've commentated for Regen 2022 and 2024. All 4 Rivals, I've had a block. I've been doing the finals for RCS and R2CS since RCS Season 7. Basically, I've just been commentating a lot of the competitive scene. If you may also know, I also do graphics for a lot of European events. Of course, my own events like US. I did the graphics for the R2CS events. And yeah, I am the content and socials manager for Rivals of Aether Europe. So yeah, I will say, again, it's going to be a long stream. 7 or 8 guests. 2 of them are pre-recorded as they weren't able to be here tonight. Dia obviously is going to be at Genesis, and same with our special guest, actually. Fabs, though, they are also going to be at Genesis, but have managed to find some time to be here tonight, so... But regardless, just in a little bit of time, we will be starting with our first guest. So I would like to ask anyone here if you would like to submit questions of your own for us to ask our guests when the time comes. But since we have a bit of time before the stream properly starts, figured I'd, actually answer some of the questions myself. So let me remind myself of those. So I've already introduced myself. Okay, my main game before Rivals 2. So as I said before, I started with Rivals 1 as a Shovel Knight and Olympia main. I am still missing Shovel Knight to this day, but obviously I don't think that's really going to happen. Is there no sound? Or is that just you? Yeah, that's just you, Nailax. Don't worry. Scared me for a second. Yeah, again, started with Rivals 1 when it comes to competitive. I've always been a huge fan of platform fighters, obviously. Smash Bros. I started with Brawl, played 3DS because I didn't own a Wii U, and then stuck with Ultimate for a long time. I came across Rivals, like a lot of us, through AlphaRad. I was always a long-time fan of his content, so coming across Shovel Knight in Rivals really, really drew me in. Let's see. Obviously I'm from the UK. the scene here is pretty damn active. Obviously, lot of our top players are notable. So we have like, obviously, Hide of the Spider, we have Kingu, Gothics, because, yeah, Wales is the UK. So, yeah, obviously we have Arrival, and Arrival 4 is next Saturday, which I will hopefully be able to attend. Let's see. So one of the questions is, what made you want to become a TO? So I always loved US. I didn't always enter it, especially in the later seasons, but I reached out to the previous TO for the original ERS and asked if they'd, you know, be cool with me running it for Rivals 2. So I did. You know, a year and 2 weeks later, here we are, near the end of season 2 for ERS. There is going to be a ERS stream this week, so look forward to that. But yeah, last weekend I was up in Brighton with my partner for our anniversary, so couldn't exactly run a bracket there. Again, if you have any questions that you would like our guests to answer, put them in the chat. I'll try and keep a reminder of them and maybe ask them at the end of their block. Once. So we are coming up on our first interview. So in a sec, I'm going to cut to a quick intermission and get started with that first interview. So stick around. In the wise words of Matthias Wolfbrook, don't touch that dial. Okay. Not yet. We'll quickly disappear for brief intermission and be right back with our first interview, so see you all in a second. Okay, thank you for waiting, everyone. Now, again, we have our first guest of the evening, and for those who might not know, he is the main TO for the Italian scene, of which he ranked second on the PR. Rise and shine, sailors! It be Don Cascone. Hello,
Everyone.
hello, Don. How are you?
Oh, thank you. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for hosting. Absolutely. I
Yeah,
love the concept. I love the idea. I love
yeah.
that you spent all this time doing it, and it's gonna be great. I'm sure. Thank you.
Well, I won't lie, I did rush the main part of this all in 1 week, but don't need to talk about that. Anyways, uh,
Even better now.
yeah, that aside, please introduce yourself. Who are you? Where you from? All that.
I'm Don Cascone. Filiberto is my name. I'm from Italy, as you already said. Main TO there. I feel like I'm here as a TO and not as a player, so
Yeah.
I'll speak of that part of me. Um, I've been in the Rivals community since the betas for Rivals 2.
Mm-hmm.
I've never actually played Rivals 1, almost at least, and I'm loving it. I love the community, I love the energy, I love whatever we have going on here, both in Italy and in Europe. So again, thank you for having me.
Yeah. Yeah. Again. Like you said, you joined the community in the beta days. So, what was your main game before Rivals 2?
Actually, just before Rivals 2, I've played plenty of Ultimate since it came out, but it wasn't really what I would say my main game. I'm a Smash 4 kid, and I will always be. I love the game. I've been playing that even later, like this last year. I've been playing that too. Ultimate was something to a bit of a patch between Smash 4 and Rivals, two games I love so much, and I've played that plenty. But yeah, I'm a Smash 4 kid.
Yeah.
I will always love it.
Yeah, as I said before you got here, I grew up with Brawl, but Smash 4 I played religiously. Sadly, I didn't have a Wii U, so I was a 3DS
Damn.
kid, but yeah, Ultimate, while I do love the time I spent with it, as soon as Rivals really grew on me, it was just replaced instantly.
I feel like we had the same experience.
Yeah.
Like, of course, you had it with Rivals 1 and me with Rivals 2, but same. Like, Ultimate was nice for the memories, but not for the game. And having now a great game in my hands, I never more fire to do anything for it.
Yeah. Now, with that, obviously, Ultimate and Rivals, or Smash 4 and Rivals, just Smash in general, they're both pretty similar games, but is there anything you miss from those titles that Rivals lacks at the moment?
In game, right? Something that should
Anything?
be...
Gameplay, just general content?
Like, the main thing I miss from Smash is absolutely the music. Like, Ultimate in particular had so many tracks and so many iconic tracks, and I love them so much. Rivals has great music, absolutely, but very few of it. So I struggle to like actually play with music on because it's always repetitive, and Ultimate is peak on that side of it. That's the only thing I miss about Smash in general, as gameplay wise at least.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, obviously, Smash Bros. Has a lot of content to drag music
Yeah.
from, but obviously Rivals has obviously the first game, the characters, and maybe the side games. So not a lot to build off of in terms of music, but I get it. Yeah, even if the music's good, it can feel a bit repetitive, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, to be honest, that's the only part of it that I really miss. Everything else, it's awesome, to be
Yeah.
honest. I don't even know how to describe it any else.
Yeah, fair enough. But anyways, moving on to the actual game-based questions. How active is your local scene in Italy?
That's a hard question because we in Italy are a very, very bottom heavy scene. Like, I feel like 90% of our community is somebody who could easily attend Euros tournaments. And that's great. Like, they have a lot of energy and they always want to play and improve and so on. But it's difficult for them to actually, I may say, travel for rivals in particular, because we had just a few tournaments, but we have them. And sadly, they could have been a lot bigger, even if I'm very, very enthusiastic about how they went. And since we are this bottom heavy as a community, most of our content as TOs relies on actually having let them have the best time playing and the best time actually interacting with everyone else. This part of it, yeah, just answering your questions. As I was saying, it's a hard question. It is, but I would feel like we are in a good spot. We recently started to promote this ETAS event, Euros for Italian people. We even are trying to involve other communities, like the French one and the Spanish one. Just later today, I'm invited in the Spanish Weekly. And that's awesome, by the way. Thank you. I love it. To do something, some collab between these communities that are very close to each other, and maybe we can actually grow up together and actually let people enjoy tournaments more and the community more, the interaction more, because we are very, very, very every one of us is on the same boat, like as communities, and I feel like we can strengthen ourselves doing things together. But of course, it's a work in progress, so not spoiling anything at all. We'll see each other whenever we're actually ready for it.
Yeah, that's a very nice answer. Yeah, I have seen it is a pretty active community. It's just the average skill level does tend to be just below like competitive top tiers.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean you have like in Passe you have Generog, you have you. I mean, but yeah, I can see I've seen there are a lot of amateur to intermediate level players that come from Italy. So,
Absolutely.
and honestly,
And of course, just one more thing, sorry
yeah, it's okay.
to stop you. I'd like to say that people that are not the top level are always the core of communities. Like, it's very important to have them and to nourish them and to grow with them. So mine is always not something that I'm struggling with. Absolutely, I've been used to that for quite some time. But of course, maybe it's harder to make them commit to the game and make them happier to play daily. That's the little trick we have to work with here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, I 100% agree. The like amateur to intermediate level, that is where you're going to find most people that play the game just day to day. So yeah, you
Absolutely.
really do need to just make sure that part of the community feels welcome and that they have plenty of stuff to interact with on a comfortable level. I mean, hell, that's why I decided to start running Euros too. So,
Yeah, I love the series, by the way. Thank you for hosting it. It's awesome.
course. Yeah, I do see you in chat from time to time when I'm hosting the stream for that. So
I always try to take part on at least the stream, of course.
yeah, but still, let's see. So obviously, despite all that, you are a pretty good player. You do tend to place highly in a lot of these brackets. I mean, RTCS, I think the last one you got top 8, the one before that, I think. So, how would you describe your playstyle?
You know, recently I've been looking at some of my old Smash 4 VODs when I just started playing, and I swear I've been playing every time I see it. It's always the same as what I do now. It's crazy. I feel like my playstyle could be described at I struggle with this question actually, because I'm not used to being good at competition. To be honest, I have been quite good at Smash 4, but Smash 4 was like 8 years ago, something like that. And now playing Rivals, I've been reinventing myself. At least I thought, and then I've seen my Smash 4 VODs, and I wasn't. I was just playing better, what I always played. I would say my playstyle is something to go on with trying to condition my opponent on doing what I want them to do. I feel like this should be my main selling point, at least. I think gets quite. Let me say, you can see it really when I'm playing doubles compared to singles, because in doubles I'm just playing as a madman. Fede Janarog actually lets me do it, and that works a lot. And singles, I try to do the same. But of course, since it's just me, it's gonna be a little bit harder. But we are gonna make it. I feel like it's. I like to say that I'm always improving, and I don't know if I answered your question, but it was a very hard one, at least.
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry, I have to read this out in passe, saying you're the creator of the Skibbity mix-up.
Wow, my legacy.
Hell yeah. Moving away from gameplay. Now, obviously, Rivals 2 gets a new character every season, or at least that's how it's going. What character, or just archetype of a character, would you like to see added next or soon to Rivals 2?
My favorite things in any video game are men with big swords, like very big swords, and that's it. Like I would like a man with a big sword. I know I have a man with a big axe. I know. Man, of course, can be whatever, but a very big sword is what I need to enjoy the game at the fullest. I love the axe, yeah, I do, but a sword is the best, and I would like to have somebody with even a bigger sword than Loxodon Ducks.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, like, as far as I'm concerned, there aren't any characters with a like huge sword in the Aetherverse.
Yeah.
It's all like axes and hammers, like
Sadly it is.
like Artemis from Dungeons, she has an axe. Or I keep forgetting their name, but the
There is the
ground character.
the fire gull with the spear that, of course, is a ranged weapon.
Oh,
A very long
I remember
weapon,
that.
but she could be interesting too. But it's not a sword, so you know.
Yeah. But alright, Manny, I don't think Clarin counts. That isn't a huge sword. Like, we're talking Buster
That's not
Sword
a huge
here.
sword. Yeah, I've been playing Ike in Ultimate. I've been playing Nagoriyuki. I feel like he's my favorite one in any fighting game in Strive. Atrox in League of Legends. That kind of sword, like big ass swords. I love them.
Hell yeah. I mean, yeah, that would be really fun. My only concern is if we do see that happen, the likelihood of them getting Cloud Net. Like, that's gonna be terrifying. But,
I'm okay with that.
fair enough. But regardless, again, of course, you're a pretty good player, but again, you are a pretty, I'd say, notable TO. What made you want to become an organizer?
That's a very good question because I still have the fire of when I started doing it, and I still feel like the first day every single time I do it, and I can clearly, and you'll see in my answer that I've been doing the same in here in Rivals of Europe. Europe. The first thing I've thought about whenever I entered my first tournament is this organization sucks. Like nobody is actually doing anything to promote, to have, let the player have better experience while playing, to actually stand up and create a community. I started playing in around, I feel like, late 2016. I was 16 years old at the time. I was really young. And the thing I started to understand about what was going on around me is that actually there was no real organization and there was no real structure of it. And just a bit like 3 months later, I started in, I feel like November maybe, and in February 2017, I created Ducato di Milano, that is the Milan um, community for Smash in general, and it's still the biggest one this day. I'm very proud of it, of course, as you can see from how I speak about it. And my main passion, my main drive, why did I start doing being a TO, and why did I keep? Why do I keep being it? Is actually I love tournaments. I love them so much. I love the communities. I love being at tournaments, playing them, knowing new people, and I love doing it good. So that's my main drive.
I mean, yeah, that is honestly that is apart from the bad organization of the past, because again I joined in with Rivals and a lot of the TOs there were at least competent, so but yeah, I mean I still love organizing US2. It is really nice to make something yourself and then see it be so popular.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Don't even have to be popular, in my
Yeah.
opinion. Like, of course, when it's popular, it's the best. That's absolutely it. Spot on. But even having maybe 10, 20 people enjoying their time with the game, with the community, even like Ducato in Milano started as a WhatsApp group for Glory to play with my friends, and it became the biggest community in Italy by far to this day, as I was saying. So even if you feel like something could be improved in your little group of friends, that you feel like they are okay with playing Rivals and maybe they want to play just a little bit more competitively, let's say that's more serious, try to actually strive for something better, even if it's just much better, and that's the first step. And I feel like once you do the first step, the other ones are gonna be become natural for you to continue improving about doing TOs, and maybe you'll be a great one someday.
Yeah, very well put. Now, obviously, you've been a TO for a long time. What would you say is your biggest hurdle when it comes to organizing an event or bracket?
I do feel like the main issue you have to face whenever you're starting it, because once you've established your community, that's the easy part. Like you have to only have them keep attention to whatever you're doing. But the main issue and the main struggle, as you said, as a TO, is actually building this community. Can be very, very hard. Of course, absolutely. People don't always want to commit to a tournament every week, even every month, maybe. Of course, just spending a little bit of money to travel, something like that. But I know, for experience, of course, I've been like 7 different communities, and every time it's the same thing. The first steps are the hardest. Absolutely, you have to establish the community as something people want to play in, want to actually thrive in. But once you do that, and it's hard, don't worry, but it's very, very rewarding. Of course, I'd like to do a little plug for Rivals. We have TO Discord. We can share it later if you want, Okori.
Yeah.
So if you want any tips about how to do something, as you said yourself, we are very experienced TOs. So if you want to ask us anything outside this little but very important half an hour you're giving me, absolutely reach out to us, and we are very glad to share any tips and tricks with you, and even maybe try to help you doing decisions that are not very easy at first.
Yeah. Now, this next one, you've been answering amazingly so far. This next one's more of a fun one, I guess. How confident are you in your own seeding of players?
I feel like there are some times when I end my shift when I'm very, very tired, that I'm not really paying attention. But if I should, when the time comes to actually do a good seeding, I feel like I've been doing it for maybe 600 tournaments by now, so I know a thing or two. So even being involved in PRs gives you a little bit more of a global understanding of how maybe a season could work, and seedings, of course, is just a little pocket of this season. So I feel like I should say I'm pretty good at seeding, but you know, hopefully at least.
Yeah. I mean, we all make mistakes sometimes. I mean, you've seen the results of some of my seedings. It's like
No,
I'll
don't
put the
worry,
wrong
like,
I'll put the wrong person like 5 seeds up or 5 seeds down, and it just derails the start of the tournament. But regardless, obviously you do travel a little bit for tournaments. How often would you say? Like, if we're just thinking this RTCS season, how many of them did you attend?
outside events, I went to only Arrival, I feel like. Oh, Valhalla too, right? I would like to travel more, since finally now I have the funds to do that. But of course, a job is a job, and you cannot just go your way anytime you want. So, if it could have been for me, I would have been Gothics too, like being at every single tournament, playing every time. I respect the guys so much. The grind is real with Gothics. Good job. Yeah.
We are slowly coming up to the end of this. So I've got one last question for you. What is your favorite memory, just in being this community? It can be at a tournament. It can be, just one random day.
For the Rivals community, right?
Yeah.
I loved so much the energy, the passion that every single country poured in the crew battle thingy we had last year. The crew battle thingy was insane, and I can't wait to have another one, to be honest. So stay tuned. But yeah, I love this so much. Everybody was so hyped. Everybody was so involved in playing their best with their friends and having fun. And sadly, UK won. Yeah, that's it. Everybody had tons of fun.
All right. Well, before I let you go, I have already, I guess, spoiled you on this question. Do you have a question for me? It's okay if you don't.
You know,
I'm asking this of all the guests, but
I do really respect the work you do here for Rivals of Europe. It's insane, to be honest. And I feel like, why do you think you are the only one of the Rivals 1 TOs that still sticks to the game and loves the community as much as you do?
wow, okay. I
I'm
mean,
sorry, maybe
no,
that was a bit too deep.
that,
Okay.
no, a common sentiment in Rivals 1 fans, it's not everyone that thinks this, but a common sentiment is Rivals 2 felt too different in gameplay. They removed SDI, they obviously added shields, they removed wall jumps, refreshing upbeats, stuff like that. And obviously, they're not hiding the fact that this game still is in active development, so some people in the Rivals 1 community just didn't really want to back this horse. They obviously still love Rivals, but Rivals 2 was, I guess, just too big a step. There are still some TOs from Rivals 1 days that have stuck around, like Cookies. They're still doing Almond Cup for Rivals 2. That's been going on, what, over, I think they're on like 263 weeks, including Rivals 1, so... But yeah, that was a very, very lovely question. Thank you.
And again, thank you for all your work. It's
Of
awesome.
course. So before we say goodbye to you, Philly, is there any last words you'd like to give? Anything you'd like to say to the community?
Please keep the passion up, because it's very important that we, as people that play and breathe this game, are the first to actually want to share these wars and try to have other people enjoy it, and try to do your best with that.
Yeah, I mean, very well put. Once again, thank you very, very much for joining me, Don, and I will finally let you go.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so again, thank you, Don Cascone, for joining us. Do stick around, as our next guest is going to be Focus Miss. Also, Generog in the chat asking if they have a chance. Oh no. Anyways, we will be going for another brief intermission while I grab our next guest. So stick around, there's so much more of this show. Don in chat. Okay, yeah, so we've got 6 more guests. Before I go, remember that we have a creator code now. Feel free to use that in Rivals 2 store, and I will see you all in a very brief moment, so do not touch that dial. Okay, welcome back everybody. again, that was just a brief little thing to get our next guest. And to introduce our next guest, he is the head TO. No, he's a TO for East London Smash and DAT, one of Europe's premier commentators. Get ready for his arrival. It is Focus Miss. Hello, Peter.
Hello, how are we doing, folks? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for coming. Now, I'll, just get straight into it with the first one, since obviously we've just spoken. But who are you? Where are you from? All that. Introduce yourself for those who don't know.
It's Peter Focus Miss. I'm from the UK. I've been around in Smash for about 10 years now. Came in 2016, and then I've been around in Rivals. Like in 1, picked up in the during COVID, and then Rebels 2 since the very early beta days. So I've been around for a fair bit.
Yeah. Like, obviously you were the TO for, and still are, for Frontrunners, which hosted Rivals 1 brackets near the end of the game's lifespan. So, but what drew you specifically to Rivals, would you say?
It's mostly down to looking for something a bit new. Having been around for a while, sometimes things got a bit stale with Smash. Like, the motivation comes and goes, and with Rivals 1, it was needing something else to do during lockdown, and it was quite fun. Game's quite fun to move around. Rivals 2, Ultimate had been around for a long time, and it felt really nice to move in, and it was just another outlet for competition that felt a bit fresher.
Yeah, fair enough. Obviously, a lot of the Rivals 2 scene came from Smash. I would say at least a majority came from a Smash title. Obviously, we do have outliers, like Nazby 2, Slap City, all that. But regardless, again, you said you were, or still are, a part of the Smash community. Is there anything from the Smash titles that you actually miss that you would like to see in Rivals?
Honestly, not really. I think as far as Rivals is, I think as a game, it's amazing. Maybe Ultimate's player base and the people who play it. As far as the game goes, there's not really much I'd want added. Like, even with characters, I think I've found my guy in Galvin. I don't need any other characters, so I'm pretty happy with how things are at the moment.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I was gonna ask you what kind of character archetype you'd like to see added next, but again, you seem pretty confident in just sticking with Galvin, so...
It's a bit weird though, because like he's a bit of a guy. He's not really I don't really know what he falls under in terms of like how he plays. He's just got some cool moves, some funny mechanics, and he's been quite fun. I've never been a guy who's just gonna go for one type of archetype. Played all sorts of different characters over the years.
Yeah. Now, again, you have been TOing for quite a while. What actually drew you into TOing?
I think mostly it comes down to needing a tournament to go to, and knowing that there's a gap to be filled. Like, I started in Ultimate because I just moved to uni and Ultimate was just coming out, and there's no tournament, but I knew people want to play, so I did something at my uni, and that was really good fun. It created a community. And then when I moved to London, there was already a thriving Smash Ultimate community in London, so I thought, yeah, I'll help out with that. But then there's a window with with the Red Bull Gaming Sphere to set up front runners and everything that's come since with Rise and Arrival, like these big tournament series that everyone can come to, and it's like I've got a window to provide something for the community that one brings people to me. I can play games, and it's two something that I'm something that I'm quite good at. I can run a good event. I can make people have a good time. Feels nice to accomplish that. It's nice to satisfy my own ego, I feel.
I mean, speaking as someone who has been going to some of your events for a few years now, it is always a good time, especially Arrival these past few months has been unreal. Like just how fun and how great the atmosphere has been there. Now, something I've not actually got written down here that I would like to know. If you have an answer for it, how did you and ELS come to actually work with the Red Bull Gaming Sphere?
It's pretty much down to the Go Okamid. He was the Red Bull Gaming Sphere manager for a while. He's now moved on. He's moved to Japan for another Red Bull gig. But they had been running events there for a while. There used to be a front runners where it was just melee and ultimate back in 2019. That was a bi-weekly, so a bit different from the monthly, but same sort of premise where it's like you come on a Friday. It's £5 to enter all bracket, £5 to enter all to the bracket, no venue. And then it came back in 2022 after it shut down for a while because of COVID, and I kind of just asked Omi to like, can I be involved with this, and he said yeah. We had rivals there. It's great, and then Omid was hooked on Rivals as well, so he was happy to have us run our Rivals and the like, and it's like the best venue you could ask for Rivals. It's like it can't be understated. It's like the best setups you'll get. It doesn't cost us anything as well, and you have this amazing tech behind it, so you could you've got so much in terms of possibilities for production, how you want to lay things out. The staff are amazing. It's genuinely such like a fortunate thing to have at our disposal.
Yeah, it is. If you've not been to an Arrival or just the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in general, it is honestly just an amazing venue for really any gaming event. I know it also does get used for stuff like, first-person shooters. I think Valorant, I believe, or
there's all sorts of
yeah,
things.
it's just a lot goes on there.
There's an Age of Empires tournament happening in April. You get some weird ones. They've had this like Tetris thing going on for a while as well.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean,
it's great. I don't want to question like why we get access to it. Like I've always said to people that it's because it's like it's part of the Red Bull like marketing budget, and it's going to help people get that brand association with the drink. But it's still a very good deal for us, so I will never take it for granted.
Yeah, I mean, you do not look a gift horse in the mouth, especially when the gift is of that kind of value. But moving away from moving away from that, you also do a bit of commentary. I mean, you and I have shared blocks for RTCS. What actually drew you into commentary?
It started off as just something where there were events that had streams that had no commentators because it wasn't as trendy back in the day. So I thought, oh yeah, I'll hop on. It wasn't very good, and then I would go to a lot of Ultimate tournaments. Would do a lot of commentary, and you pick up a bit of an affinity for it. And then at some point, I thought, oh, I could do this on a bigger scale. There's bigger there's bigger opportunities out there for me. And then had some good people helping me out. Proved a fair bit, and then sort of found some pretty good gigs, and it sort of carried over into Rivals 2 as well, where there's been big events that need commentators, and they know that I can do pretty decent job. They'll have me on, and it's always a good time.
Yeah, honestly, pretty similar start that I had. Back in Regen 2022, there wasn't anyone behind comms, so I just decided to hop on and just made it up as I go. And yeah, since then I've again commentated a lot of the like competitive scene, especially. I mean, yeah, I mean, both of us, we've both done a lot of the like top block of RTCS, so it paid off. Just, you know, giving something new a try can lead to great things. But while on the subject of commentary, do you prefer commentating at a local or for online brackets?
Oh, always in person. The online experience can be pretty solid, and it's nice doing things from the comfort of your own home without having to leave your room. But there is a notable difference in terms of the sort of synergy you could have with your co-commentator when you have them in person right next to you, and you can like just feel their the emotions, like what's going through their head. The body language thing is huge as well. You don't often have the same capabilities as good as the production like runners are online. Like Redek is the GOAT. It's so different being there in person, especially when you can like, if you like, particularly when you can feel the crowd. If that's a possibility, you can see how hot they are. It makes a completely different experience.
Yeah, I mean, looping it back around to Arrival, obviously the comm setup for that is literally a couch in front of the stream set and with the crowd behind you. So you have your co-commentator right to your side, you have the game directly ahead of you, and you have everyone just around you. That really does make a huge difference. Obviously, it's very
I love it.
yeah, it's very comfortable to be at home, but it's just exciting to be in person. And speaking of exciting, that you can remember, what has been the biggest or hypest moment that you've commentated for?
Ooh, there's a few good ones. But it's gonna come down to one of these ultimate sets from back in the day. I'm trying to run my brain. Ooh. I remember there's a very good set between Lugi and Mr. R at Regen 2023, I think. And Lugi does some madness to rob Mr. R. Like it's if you know anything about those two players, picture the set in your head, and it's exactly how that's gone. Where Mr. R has done some amazing stuff, but then Lugi finds some nonsense and kills it 0 to clutch up a set.
Yeah.
It's like exactly that, but it's amazing to be there in the moment when it's happening.
Yeah, and if you had to answer that for Rivals 2, does anything come to mind?
There's nothing too huge. I don't have the same like if like I like Rivals 2 comms, but since a lot of it does come online, it's like not all of it sort of stands out. But I remember UFA had some good sets, and I remember the grand finals UFA between Dia and Forskern, where Forskern ends up getting the reset, but then Dia just like locks in. I thought that was like an amazing set to commentate, and you see the switch happen in the second set of grand finals, and she just goes crazy, and that was a great one to watch, and having the crowd there as well feels really cool. It's like huge stature of the event of where we are. It felt really cool.
Yeah, and to close off the commentary questions, how would you describe your commentary style?
I think it kind of depends on who I'm with. I like to lean into whoever I'm going with. So if it's someone who's gonna um who loves talking about the game, like we can delve into analytics stuff. If it's like a chill guy, like I'm thinking of Jackie Blue, very chill. If we want to riff, we can riff, we can have a good time. But a lot of it, I think my default is gonna be in the analytical, because I think there's a lot to be said, and I think a lot of commentary, I think a lot of commentators kind of like lack the analysis, and sort of like they don't give the some good players the credit they often deserve.
Yeah, it is like a lot of commentators that don't have this like entrenched knowledge of the game or the players. Sure, they can see when something is going well, but they might struggle with the, oh, why did they do that and why did it go well? But yeah, a question I forgot to ask Donkasconi earlier. Who would you say is your favorite player currently?
Ooh. I'm a big Kingu fan. I think
Yeah.
when he's playing hot, he's very fun. There's a lot of contenders. Like I think everyone's a big Guffix fan when it comes to watching him play, because you know some shenanigans gonna happen. But I think Kingu's probably the guy to watch.
I mean, yeah, and obviously we get to see them quite a bit, obviously also from the UK. But yeah, like Kingu's potential is, among most players, hard to match. He has huge potential to go even further than he already has. Like, he's already amazing. So I'm very excited to see just how far he goes. He's very fun to watch, and obviously Guffix, he's the GOAT. He's always doing something unique when he plays. So, but yeah, apart from that, let's see. I'll so this is I must preface this question as a joke, so do not take me asking it nor Peter's answer to it serious. Should TOs at a local be allowed to enact capital punishment against attendees that hold up the bracket?
Absolutely. But every time I'm at a front runners and I'm wondering where have my players gone, I have to go outside. I have to go up the stairs, and these guys are having a vape. They're having a natter, and my tournament's running behind. They're some guys, man. No respect for us. I don't think they deserve it. They don't deserve the joy that is a rivals tournament.
Hell yeah. Now, actually, I asked this question to special guests, and then they went on to say they are a huge fan of double DQing. How do you feel about double DQing?
Oh, you mean if they're not around for
Like, DQ to
winners?
losers, DQ out of bracket.
I'm not a fan, just because they have paid for bracket more often than not. They have tried to come here, and I even if it means that someone doesn't have the best experience, I feel like they've paid money. They probably do deserve to get some form of gameplay for what they've paid. They've made the effort, even if things haven't gone their way. But I can see how people might feel the other way though. But at the same time, like, sometimes you could be there anyway, and you get upset because you're playing abysmal, and you still like getting sent into losers early anyway. So
Yeah, I feel like it's more acceptable online, because obviously the game's right there. You didn't pay, well, I assume didn't pay anything to enter, didn't pay anything extra to play that night.
Yeah.
But it's especially with like the higher skill players. If they are really holding up a bracket, like 20 minutes, half an hour held up, it might be better just to say goodbye to them for that event specifically. But regardless of how you
We've
feel,
had some shenanigans with frontrunners in the past where people have turned up very, very late because we've got our 7 p.m. pools and our 8 p.m. pools. Sometimes we've had some shenanigans with, for example, our good friend Jude Zanatti. The frontrunners he came down to, he was trying to get in for about 7 o'clock. He ends up getting on, like, he's coming from Birmingham to London. He gets on the wrong train. He's going completely away from London, and realizes, oh, hang on, I'm not on the right place. Ends up getting into London about 8:30, I think. He stays in bracket and he goes on to win the event. So a lot can change, in from from how kind you be as a TO.
yeah, shout out Sinadu. But yeah, I believe that is most of the questions I have for you. So I guess the last thing to ask, do you have a question for me to answer?
I think I'd like to hear your thoughts on how we can grow the scene in the coming season or so. I think something like this is quite nice, where you it's like another form of content for people to watch. But I think we've been struggling a little bit to bring in new faces to make up for those who won't stay around that long. And I wonder if you've got any thoughts on that.
So obviously in the past, I want to say, well, a couple months ago, obviously we joined the creator program, and that has given me a lot more, I guess, reason to interact with like YouTube and obviously Twitch, doing more than just URAS myself. I want to do more events like this, maybe for specific countries, you know, interview the Italian scene, interview France, the UK. I want to do more special events, special brackets, and obviously, the more the game itself evolves, the more players that will bring in. Like, Workshop was one of the biggest driving factors for Rivals FIFA content in the last few years of the first game's lifetime. So once that's really improved and we start getting more completed characters, that's going to do a huge boost. And then obviously story mode next year, I assume next year, that's going to be huge for the casual scene. Like, casual players are very important to, you know, bring into the community, because everyone starts from somewhere. So having people start with Rivals 2 at that base level, where they join it for the fun stuff, and then they gain an interest in competitive. But yeah, I guess just more of what we're already doing, and just pushing the socials part of it. But yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah. Still, with that, we are just about done with our time here. Is there anything else, or anything you would like to close out on? Any last words for the community?
Sign up to Arrival 4. Sign-ups close on Saturday, 11 o'clock. So don't forget. I've messaged like 5 different people today, just thinking, hey, you gonna come? Just like UK players. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sign up, and I'm always a little bit scared that they don't remember, and they come DM me after, going, hey Peter, can you slide me into bracket, please? So yeah, please sign up. Or if you can't make it, tune in. It's going to be quite good fun to watch.
Just realised I haven't told our next.
Yeah, that. Someone who's not signed up, for example.
Oh, I was saying I forgot to ping our next guest to join the switcher, but yeah, I do need to.
I'm not seeing you on that sign-ups list. Get in there. You don't. It doesn't even cost you any money. You can pay on the day as well.
Yeah, but I mean, I have to get the day off first. No,
You
I'll
could.
still
I like
pay.
my number going up, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
But yeah, again, thank you, Peter, for joining us. Yeah, I will let you go. I don't know if you've eaten yet, but if you haven't, please do. But yeah, thank you. Thank you very much
Lovely,
for
thank
joining
you.
us tonight.
Thanks for having me. Take care, pigs. Bye.
Okay, and with that, once again, we are going to take a brief break. Stick around, because our next guest is ready soon. It is going to be another commentator, another UK commentator. So yeah, stick around. Again, brief intermission, and we'll be right back with our next guest. Okay, hello everybody. We are back with our third guest. Now, as I said, they are also, just a bit of a commentator. But without further ado, he's a commentator for Team Vegasy, a blast to cast with. You know him. You've most likely heard him. It is Fabs Copter. Hello, Fabs.
Hey everyone, how is everyone doing? How are you doing, Hikori?
Yeah.
Hope everyone is well.
Yeah, I am good. Thank you for joining us, despite, having Genesis soon.
Yeah, I mean, I've got time. I brought my laptop, so I figured, instead of doing a pre-recorded, I could just, do it off here. So
Fair enough. Now, as I've asked the past two guests, please introduce yourself. Who are you? Where are you from? All that.
So if you don't know, I'm Fabs. The tag is Copter. I'm a commentator for many games at the moment, primarily Rivals 2. I'm at Genesis right now, the biggest event for platform fighters, casting Rivals 2, including the top 8, not top 6, the top 8 on the Sunday, which would be a very good time. Yeah, from the UK, but I still travel to the US like nearly every month. Don't ask how, please. My bank doesn't want to know either. And yeah, man, I'm just here to have a good time.
Yeah.
And cast the games.
Wonderful. Yeah. Again, you said you do casting for a lot of games. What was your main game before Rivals?
So I started out as a Smash Ult commentator. That's when I first started in 2022 February. Actually coming up to 4 years now, yeah. So yeah, in Ult I started off just because my friend needed a caster to help out his regional because it didn't really have any casters, so I just like hopped on. And then people liked it. I was just improvising, and then we just went on from there.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, yeah, you are quite the commentator. Your style,
I appreciate it.
yeah, your style, your energy is always unmatched, and it is. But Babs has forgotten about the Swanee vs Whammy DBZ set. Apparently, according to Focus.
Yeah, so there was ages. We can talk about it. Ages ago, there was a one-off set where, as someone who loves to side bet, in the Smash 4 days, I bet with 10 people, 10 vs 1, £5 each, that my friend would beat their friend in a just a normal pools match, and I think the whole joke was that I would commentate it, but it wasn't like I wasn't like it was just like a fun thing, even though I was nervous because I was casting and I'd never casted before. But that's like the one-off thing that I don't really count because it was like a side bet thing. But I did win £50, so shout outs to Swanee as always.
Yeah. Still moving from that. What drew you to Rivals in the first place? Again, you started with Ultimate, so.
So during Ultimate, when I was a player, when I was a player in COVID times, I was actually thinking about quitting the game because I didn't mind playing it, but I was getting pretty annoyed at the online only. This was at the point where there was lockdown, it was online only, and this is actually before DLC came out. It was before Min, before Steve. So I was looking for a new game to play because I don't want to play online. It's just tiring. So I asked some friends, like guys, what game should I play? What's a fun platform fighter game? Someone recommended Melee, and I didn't like it because the barrier is too high. I'm a baby, which I admit. So someone else recommended me Rivals 1. And I'd had it before on Steam ages ago, when it first came out, I believe, but I just didn't really find any fun. But at that point in time, I had met a lot of Rivals 1 players, like Cake Assault, Darai, Kusi. I'd known a lot of them before just through talking, and they recommended I get into it, so I did. And a lot of people recommended me characters that I would probably like based off on what I usually like in characters, and it was really enjoyable. Actually, I got decently good at it. I found the Discord for it, the scene, and there's some cool people. There's some interesting people, and then once I got into casting Ult, I was able to kind of translate that and cast some Rivals 1. I never got to do the top 6 Sunday at Genesis, but I did some other pretty big blocks, including with the dev George Etelis himself, and some other great Rivals 1 blocks as well with Broza, G-Pick and stuff like that. So it was a good time. It was actually a good time.
Yeah. Now, what do you... Again, you play and commentate Ultimate, you've played Rivals 1. What do you actually... Is there anything that you miss from those earlier titles that Rivals 2 lacks?
With Rivals 1, I don't know if it's common knowledge, but Rivals 1 is actually my favorite platform fighter of all time. I'm just not one of those people that loves to say, I wish I was Rivals 1 because it's his own game. But with Rivals 1, I just wish what I love about that game that Rivals 2 just lacks is it's way faster. I like how hit falling is in that game compared to Rivals 2. It feels very sluggish just because of the nature of the game. I personally miss Drift DI. I'm sorry to the people that love it. I miss Drift DI so much. I really want it in this game, but of course not. Whiff lag is something I've always loved. Like, there's just a lot of things I appreciate about Rivals 1. And just like little interactions, like they only just added that you can command grab project articles, stuff like that. I miss stuff like that from Rivals 1. Custom colors, way better stage list, but of course that's early game. It wasn't all like that in Rivals 1, so for me it's just you have to just wait a little bit. And also just the characters in Rivals 1, there's no Eliana yet. I don't have my Eliana, so I'm kind of just waiting on that. Otherwise, yeah, I think the main thing as well is even though I like the kind of the gameplay of Rivals 2 being holding down, I do like that. I do enjoy that. Not the most, but I do enjoy it. I understand it. I wish it wasn't like that, if that makes sense. I don't mind that we have to hold down a lot because of the whole RPS around it that some people don't realize. But I do wish it was more like Rivals 1 where crouch cancelling was only for projectiles. In that type of sense, mostly. I kind of missed that kind of gameplay of Rivals 1. But then, of course, in my opinion, I don't think Rivals 1 was as neutral based as people would think it would be. And, Rivals 2 is way more neutral based in my opinion. And I think some people prefer that way. Me personally, I am a punish slop demon, so I prefer Rivals 1 volatility. So yeah.
Hell yeah. Now, I just realized chat overlay did slow down, but regardless.
All good.
Yeah, obviously you are a pretty damn good Eliana back in the day. Apart from Eliana, what character or character archetype would you like to see added to Rivals 2?
So for characters they've already introduced before, I really want to see how Hodan is in this game. Because it's really funny how in Rivals 1 I played all the air characters. I played all 4 air characters I would say like a quote unquote main. Like I played Pom pretty seriously, I played Rasta pretty seriously, and of course Eliana and Abso were the main 2 I focused on. And then I played the water characters as secondaries. And then in this game, I've been maining the water characters like Orcane, like Etelus, even though I play Abso right now. But I don't really main the air characters in this game. So I would like to see how Hodan is. I could see myself actually playing that character seriously because he was very fun in Rivals 1. As well as new characters, archetypes. I want to see a puppet character, like an actual puppet character, not like a pseudo one like Lorena in her chair. Not like that. I want an actual puppet character. That would be pretty cool with the way Rivals works. As well as archetypes I'm not really familiar with. Like, I'm not really a fan of Swordies, but I want to see the Shark. I want to see Slade, who I think is the reveal for this weekend for Genesis. I really think he is the one. So it'd be cool to play him. But yeah, I think some sort of puppet character would be very cool and would be right up my alley. Like, I love zoners mostly, but like I think the way zoners work in this game wouldn't really mesh well, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like I don't see like a Samus type character working in Rivals. But I could be wrong, I'm down to be proven wrong, but we'll see. Also, I think the type of zoner I would want in this game is if anyone's familiar, I don't know why, but if anyone's familiar with HDR, there's Sephiroth in that game in HDR is, in my opinion, very, very cool, but he could be definitely considered lame. Just a long sword range character, but with like projectiles that you can like change the angle of, and very, very interesting neutral. And to me, that would be very cool. I would main that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
So maybe stuff like that. Less heavies. We have so many right now.
Yeah.
It would be cool to see like not exactly a lighter character, but just like a like a midweight, maybe just below midweight, type of character. That'd be pretty cool. Maybe a brawler, stuff like that. That'd be just less of the heavies and less grappling focused. Yeah. I would be very happy about.
Yeah, more scrapping, less grabbing, I guess. Because obviously in the first year we got like Etelus and Olympia. They are a lot of the time get in your face and just press buttons. And then obviously we got like Absa, Lorena, and Galvan, they've all got heavy use of their like projectiles and articles in their neutral. But yeah, very very well put. I would love to see how Aether Studios does a puppet character. That sounds really fun, especially if it's like
Yeah.
traditional puppet. You know, your Guilty Gear Jacko, stuff like that. Like that would be
Yeah, like I'm imagining a literally a Zato bit in Rivals, and I just think that would be just super cool.
That'd be
Or
sick.
even like a Rosalina, you know, a Rosalina and Luma, they could do that with some decent stuff. Maybe an ICs, but I don't really see that because people would be scared of the grapple game.
Oh, God.
So yeah, if they could do some sort of puppet with AI, depending on how AI would be, it probably would be a mess to balance, but it'd be interesting to at least say the same. So
Yeah. Still, okay. Technically, I already answered how active is really cool scene with Peter. So, how would you describe your playstyle in Rivals 2?
my playstyle in Rivals 2. So when I play the game, right? It sounds so hypocritical, but when I play the game, when I watch people play the game, and I guess and commentate in contrast as well, I think I'm very able to detect how someone plays very quickly. But when I play, I'm always asking my opponent, like, usually the better players when I play them, I'm like, what did you like? What did you think of the sets? Like, what do you think of the gameplay? And then what I usually always get back is that like I shield a lot. I don't know if it's because of fear or what, but I tend to shield a lot. I guess maybe my out shield game is just not the best. But I think in actual playstyle and as a whole, I think I'm since I like to use characters that kind of be in the mid range. I don't want to be too far away from my opponent, but I don't like to be up close usually, just because I hate, again, there's no whiff lag in this game, so I think the buttons of a lot of characters can be kind of overwhelming. Maybe that's why I shield so much, but I prefer to be in the mid range a lot, kind of just like having like kind of a set game plan to call out jumps, read habits pretty quickly because I think I can adapt pretty well. And I'd say around that, if that makes any sort of sense, because I was quite kind of jumbled.
No, yeah, I definitely, I see what you mean in that. Yeah, again, you can have a lot of knowledge of a game, but
Yeah,
putting it to the use can be a bit more of a challenge, I suppose. But
yeah. I was going to quickly say, I also think what helps me a lot. I've been told by a lot of top players that I have very good movement, and I think this is genuinely down to because I'm such a baby, and Rivals 1 movement is even better than Rivals 2, and that was baby. It feels like the trading wheels are off. Like I feel like I'm LeBron lowering the rim when I do movement in this game. It's not really hard, so I feel like that kind of helps as well my playstyle. But yeah, keep going. Sorry.
yeah, of course. Now, again, the main thing people would know you for in this community is your commentary. So, do you prefer commentating at a local or for online brackets?
I think locals will always be better than online because online there's a delay, and then obviously locals I like to hear the crowd, I like to hear people, so I can always hear people that are local. So I guess the one benefit is that online no one can see you while you're commentating. They only see you when the games are done, right? So you can you can be in your own leisure, doing your own thing. You don't have to look all prim and proper. Whereas like at a local, well, not exactly at a local, but at like a major, you have to dress well. Obviously, you have to be all put up and everything. So there's definitely pros and cons, but I think the pros definitely outweigh at a local, just because online can take a bit more time. There can be way more issues with scheduling and stuff. And yeah, internet issues can always occur, whereas offline, you're there, you're sat down, you're chilling. So yeah, I definitely would prefer a local.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, again, you are about to attend Genesis. How did you actually come to commentate for these huge North American events?
So I've always said, and I've always been a believer, as harsh as it may sound, that you don't always get picked to commentate for your skill. I know that might not make sense to a lot of people, but the way I like to explain it to people is that, like, especially in North America, there are a lot of casters around your level, right? Around your quote unquote skill level. So what is going to make the TO or whoever's the commentary picker, shall we say, what is going to make them pick you over someone else who is around your level? And the difference is you know, your USP, your unique selling point, your network, your brand. You know, what makes you more like, oh, we need to hire them over them. And in my opinion, based on how I've been online growing up, not growing up, but over the years of being in the Smash scene and overall, I have a pretty big presence, a pretty big brand, shall we say, that, you know, might be kind of controversial, but you know, I network a lot. And I think I know literally every TO of any major event, which doesn't mean I'm always going to get hired. Of course, I didn't get hired for Alt this year, which is fine. But it's just more so about selling your brand to the, you know, to whoever your commentary. Because when you do an application form, you don't just put, oh, I want to commentate this game. You know, they'll ask you to submit a reel of like your favorite clips, your best clips of different events collated together. Excuse me, to say, like, you know, how you are as a person. And I think the way I've brought about some of my reels kind of really encases who I am, and, you know, people like that. It's not always about again how good you are. Sometimes it is about the nepotism, the friendship you form with a TO. You know, they might pick you over someone else because they know you more. It is simple as that. And some people might not like that, but in my opinion, you have to look at it as a business level. You know, again, if like there's 10 of you all at the same level and I need to pick 2 casters, I'm not always going to pick necessarily the best one because they might not be better than you by so much. I'd rather pick the more entertaining, the more bigger presence, because that obviously brings in more viewers, you know. It's just how it is. It's just life. So yeah.
Yeah, very eloquently put. A huge, honestly, the biggest part of commentating is how entertaining you can make it. Or,
Right.
well, actually, it's a spectrum, really. It's how entertaining you can make it, or how knowledgeable and educational you can make it. Like, you have these commentators like GPix, who is very analytical, knows every pixel of what's happening. And then we have, not to say that you're not at that
No,
knowledge
I
level.
fully agree.
There's you are a big personality. You make all these moments so exciting, and you just put your entire personality into it. So it's really about weighing what you want for your event and what you can bring to said event. Like, I always try to adapt to co-caster, because that usually brings the best comms. And then for these locals, obviously, you have to apply for it. If it's a bigger one, these like regionals, they'll ask for reels so they can actually know who you are. But yeah, I mean, it is a good thing that you got as much of an outreach as you did, because, I mean, again, you are kind of Genesis. You go to all these big events and make it fun for everyone. So how would you personally describe your commentary style?
Right. That's a good. I actually always like hearing this question. I think the way that I would describe my commentary is the first thing is, I don't know if people notice this, maybe it's just a me thing, but I think I can adapt to any caster I'm presented with, because obviously there's loads of different casting styles. I think as soon as I listen to someone talk, I'm able to just snap to them straight away, and just like kind of like, you know, be on rhythm with them. When they want to talk, I know when to go on for Q. Like, if they want to talk, I know exactly when to pass off, especially, and that shows offline. It's harder to show online because of the delay. So I think I'm very good at adapting to that. I think I'm a very entertaining caster just because I like to highlight certain points. One thing about me, if you listen to me, is that whenever a set starts, I will always highlight something, say in the first game. When the set is usually about to end, around the 3rd or 4th game, I won't mention anything until then, and I'll compare the same topic but between the first game and the last game to highlight to the audience about like the difference. Because I think as much as you want to explain things to the audience, because, you know, they might want to learn things that, you know, minute things that they didn't notice. You want to kind of explain it in an entertaining way, and I think I can do that. And I think I think I can explain a lot of things that happen in the game, but not in like kind of the nerdy political way I like to call it. More so in a kind of, oh, I didn't notice that. And when you highlight certain things, it makes the audience kind of like, oh, okay, I need to look out for that. And that I think people kind of enjoy that, as well as, again, just putting my whole personality into anything. Because when I commentate a game, I only commentate games I like, which sounds dumb, but a lot of people commentate anything. I don't like to do that. I like to commentate games that I enjoy, so that you can hear my enjoyment. You know, when I get hyped for something, it's not fake. I'm literally like, wow, you know. So, and when I'm not hyped for something that usually would be hype, is because, well, you know, I've seen it before. It's just more so to highlight, you know, how I'm feeling, which can kind of make the audience be like, oh, okay, if he's feeling good, then low-key, I should be feeling good too, because he seems hyped, so why am I not hyped? You know, that's kind of like the logic I see it as. And so far, it seems to work in any game I've commentated so far, so I think I'm doing a decent job.
Yeah, honestly, you do tend to make your comms feel personable. You make it feel like the audience is just listening to a friend talk, which I think is a huge thing, a genuine skill. Like, I always, anytime I get blocked to have a set or just a block with you on stream, I'm always so excited to see, or just, yeah, how excited. I'm always excited to get to it, because
I appreciate that.
Yeah, because you are very adaptable and you make it very easy to go back and forth. And
Right. I think as well, a big thing I forgot to mention is that I don't actually get nervous. And I think it's low key because as a marketing student who's done presentations in big numbers before, I've always, like, you know, presented and stuff like that, even as a younger person as well. So I just don't think I get stage fright or anything, nerves about anything like this. So I'm able to just talk. There's no hesitation from me. So I think that helps me in that regard as well.
yeah, I was in a similar kind of thing. I did theatre growing up, so grew up without stage fright, really. So
That's really good.
yeah, honestly, having just a history in something that requires public speaking, public expression, really does help. Yeah, I mean, anyways, now we are nearing the end of this block. Do you have any questions for me, Fabs?
How was it? How do you think RCS in Rivals 2 has been overall compared to RCS in Rivals 1, like in the past?
Yeah, well, as someone that was on the actual team for EURTCS, where this game is, it just got into its second year, it's still a new game in esports. A lot of it was reactive, put it that way. Like, these big events would reach out, especially in NA, would reach out wanting Rivals 2 at their event. So they would be added after the circuit. So, and same over here. I mean, Arrival 3, Arrival 3 I don't think was a part of the original circuit. Same with like Somnio Noctem. So it had to be quite like moment to moment. There wasn't a lot of structure to it, but the baseline I think was good. Whereas like RCS, especially Season 7, was very structured in a way I really liked personally. Obviously with the tiers, there was the premier events that started on the circuit. There's player tiers, gold, silver, bronze, and then like community opt-ins for events that weren't originally a part of the circuit. But yeah, I think R2CS has a lot of potential. I feel like Aether Studios had a lot to learn from, and they honestly should have, and most likely have, learned from this first season. But yeah,
I agree with that.
yeah, thank you very, very much, Fabs, for joining us tonight. Anything else you'd like to add at the end of this?
Well, I want to thank you and Reddick and Focus Miss. I think you three have been, I think everyone would agree, you three have been integral with dealing with RCS, EU, being very patient with with NA, admittedly. I think you three have been, amazing with casting, TOing, and everything in between. So I would definitely put, a big pat on the back for you three. I think you guys have been great. Just great people to converse with as well. Thanks to the stream for watching, of course. I really appreciate the EU scene. They're very uplifting, and I think we've got like we ain't got the biggest community, but I think we've got like a pretty nice community right now with some very strong players who as someone who's casted top level NA, I do think EU is right there. I do think we're knocking on the door. I think a couple of these people from EU could definitely go over and take some names. We've got Dia over there right now. So please tune in for her, support her, obviously, and I'll always support everyone having nice comments about me as well for my casting. It means a lot. It doesn't matter how many years I've been told that I'm a good commentator. It always feels good to hear. I'll be real. And tune in for this weekend, man. It's going to be huge. It's going to be the craziest event. So I hope everyone tunes in. If people care, I'm doing the end of doubles on the Friday, which you guys will probably be asleep for. The first part of top 32. And then the whole top 8 on Sunday. So 3 blocks of just good rivals. So thank you guys for listening.
Yeah, lastly, obviously you brought up me, Redak, and Focus. I would also personally like to thank Donkaskone and Digito, who are also behind the scenes for EU RTCS. But yeah, thank you again, Fabs, for joining us. Obviously you're going to be at Genesis, and we have your Twitter right there. Is there anywhere else we can catch you? Any other socials?
I just came back into streaming again. Finally, everyone's been asking me why I haven't streamed, so I did stream a little bit a while ago, and I've just come back just because of illness. I'll be streaming again after I come back from Genesis. I'll be doing looking to help out Don with Eternity and streaming some exhibitions. If you know or yourself know anyone that wants to have a first to 5 with someone, it doesn't matter about skill level. I don't care if you both are O2ers or both getting grand finals. I don't care. If you want to first to 5 anyone, let me know in a DM and I'll stream it for some fun. We can put some little gamba going because everyone loves a good gamba, and then we can obviously stream the Eternity after. And I might just stream myself playing some matches with top players and asking for some advice as well. So who knows? Got some ideas, but we'll get that going after I get home from Genesis.
Yeah.
So yeah, Fabs97 on Twitch, Copter with 2 underscores on Twitter. I would plug the YouTube, but there's nothing going on with it just yet. That's in the future. So yeah.
Well, yeah, I'll finally let you go. Thank you once again, Fabs, for joining us.
Thank you very much. See you guys later.
Okay. Once again, thank you to Copter for joining us tonight. Stick around. We have our next guest ready. So I'm going to, once again, very quick intermission this time as I get our next guest ready for the stream. Thank you again to our guests so far. You can find their Twitters in the YouTube live description. Otherwise, they've also been on screen during their interviews. But again, I'll be right back with our next guest, so do not go anywhere. Okay, hello again, everybody. Again, that was just a quick one to get our next guest, so let's get straight into it as we're already a minute over time. He is one of the best, part of EU's top brass of players, and plays for Neptunia Esports. The winner of HT Spider's Rivals 2 game show, it's Nalax. Hello, Nalax.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. How are you?
I'm doing fine. What about you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Now let's, I guess, just get straight into it. Please, for those who might not know, please introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Nirax. So I've been playing Rivals for almost 10 years now, I guess. Started right when Rivals 1 came out. So I was already playing one of the best in Europe for like the 2 first years. So I was consistent top 3, and then I had sometime I would quit and then I would come back at a bit of different times in Rivals 1, and then I stopped for a long time until Rivals 2 came out, and when it came out, I just really enjoyed it and been playing a lot since release, and with good success. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, again, you started with Rivals 1 before too. Were there any other games that you played before Rivals 1, competitively
So
or otherwise?
so not really competitively. I just came into like competitive Smash just when Smash 3DS came out. So I had played Smash before, but I had no idea about like all of the high level stuff. So I didn't really compete in Smash 4, but I played it a lot and learned a bit about all of the different stuff that happens at a high level. And then Rivals 1 came out, and I saw it as an opportunity to get into like something new. I could like really learn and compete, and really enjoyed it. I was like already pretty good just right when I picked up the game, and so it felt easy to get into it, and it was fun.
Yeah,
So I played a lot.
yeah, and again, you got into Rivals 2 quite quickly, along with a lot of us. But is there anything you miss from Rivals 1 that Rivals 2 doesn't have yet? Like, it can be...
Yeah, I do miss like, I don't know if it's something that Rivals 2 doesn't have yet, because it just like, I don't think it will ever have it. The games are very different. But there's definitely something in the movement in Rivals 1 and some of the combos you could do that I really like enjoyed a lot. I do miss some of it, but I think I'm down to trade some of this punish that was a bit better in Rivals 1 for a more competitive neutral in Rivals 2. I would say. Like one of my biggest issues with Rivals 1 toward the end, it felt like neutral was kind of like gambling a lot, and sometimes you didn't feel like you had much control over it. And I do feel like in Rivals 2 the defense and all of the stuff that goes on in neutral is much more complex and interesting, and that's what I really like about it.
Yeah. So, again, you are from France. How active is the French scene, would you say?
It's honestly pretty active now. At first, I feel like we didn't have that many players. It was mostly just me and some of the Rivals 1 players, but then they stopped playing because they didn't enjoy it as much. And but then after a few months, there was like some initiative from inside the French community to create like a Discord to teach new players, to help them get better and learn. And you see like some players like Fnan which was part of this mostly, and has improved a lot now. And now we have a lot of many good players like Sauros, Fnan, Digito has been here for a while, and I think now it's very active. There's actually like a local in Paris at the same time as a rival, unfortunately, so I won't be able to attend it. But there's a lot of French players that are going there, even the ones that don't live in Paris. So I think there is some activity going on, and it's nice now. The scene is very good in France.
Yeah, and like speaking of Elfnan, like they used to enter Euros, which seeing that and now
Yeah.
seeing how they play now is insane. So clearly that that teaching was very helpful and much needed resource for our
Yeah,
players.
it was mostly an initiative from Seeker, which was a Maple main that didn't play anymore, but he loved teaching people, and now it's mostly like Metaben that's also been playing some tournaments. That's kind of keeping the thing going, and it's been a really good thing for the French community.
Yeah, I'll definitely say. And obviously you said they have their own tournament happening at the same time as Arrival, so if you're not able to make it to Arrival and you're, you know, closer to France and Paris, consider that. What is the tournament called?
It's the Aether. I don't know how
Oh,
to say it in
La
English
Difa.
because there's
Yeah.
because
Latifa.
there's a French pun
Yeah.
going on. But yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I keep seeing Latifa's posts and the artists you have, that those guys have.
Yeah, exactly.
Insane.
It's great. You love a lot of like every art is reposted by Dan, and
Yeah.
it makes a lot of player come. It's nice.
Yeah.
You really need a good brand to have a good tournament going.
Yeah. But regardless of that, obviously, as one of our top players, you do tend to compete a lot. What makes you, what actually makes you want to compete? Online, offline, regardless.
So I think one of the big thing when I play games, any games, when I do anything, honestly, I just really love to learn stuff, and when there's like competitive games, you always have stuff to learn, so it's perfect. I can put as much time as I want into it, and I can still have stuff to learn. It's a never-ending quest. So that's what I really enjoy. And then when I compete, it's partly to just see where I'm at, like the learning process, and also just I guess the adrenaline it creates. It's just very fun having kind of like something that matters, and especially at in online. I think it's fine. I don't enjoy it that much, but I think at offline it's actually like it feels like that's why I'm playing these games, when you're actually on the scene and having a really tough set and a lot of people watching and ordering. I just want like to show good gameplay and try to do my best, and I think that's the most fun part about competitive games, and just because of the community that they are.
Yeah.
That's why it's good.
Yeah, and that is very fair. It's a very good way of, I guess, testing yourself more than anything.
Yeah.
Obviously, winning feels great, but you need to know that you can win first. And going
Yeah.
into like weeklies, going to monthlies, even if it's just, you know, less than 20 people, competing is very, very good to see where you are skill wise. But speaking of, how would you actually describe your playstyle?
I don't really know because I don't think I have a very. I'm not sure how specific my playstyle is because I like to play a lot of different characters and I like to play in different ways. But I think something I enjoy is like when you feel feeling in control and like having just the right amount of pressure to create mistakes from my opponent, and just always having like being one step ahead. That's when I feel at my best. But yeah, I don't know how to describe it. I like to be aggressive, but I wouldn't say I'm like really rushed down. But I do want to keep things playing in my favor. I don't want to play the opponent's game. I want to play my game, and when I'm able to do that, that's when I'm at my best.
Yeah, so you like to play aggressively but not overextend. You like to
Yeah.
push it just enough to have the advantage, but not so far that as soon as you slip up, everything goes badly.
Yeah, and to know my limits, I tend to overextend a lot in friendlies and even sometimes in tournaments. But that's because I do that. That when I'm actually like playing well, I know exactly where to stop, and I think that's when I'm at my best and when it feels the best to play.
Yeah. Now, obviously, you've tried on a lot of hats. You've played a lot of different characters in this game, especially Olympia and now Lorena. But what character or like archetype would you like to see in the future for Rivals?
That's a good question. I don't really know if there's something in particular I want. Because I just enjoy like most of the archetypes. That's why I played so many different characters. I'm just down for as a studio to give me something fun and weird or whatever, and I'll try it and see how much I like it. But I'm not really expecting or hoping for something in particular. I think I just try every character when they come out and try to do stuff with it, and that's part of the fun.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that is honestly not having specific one in mind is very fair. Just looking forward to whatever they bring out and then trying it, just see if you vibe with it. That's on and fair. Still,
Yeah.
Going back to competition, what actually makes you want to travel for a tournament?
It's definitely the people. I think it's just meeting the people there. Like the community is actually so nice. Even if you don't do well, it's still very fun to see everyone and play the game and even like do other stuff sometimes that's not even game related, and just going to eat with the people from the Rivals community. I think that's really fun. So yeah, I think that's the big part, and of course when there's a lot of good players and it's a stacked event, it's also like very fun because you have the expectations and all of these good sets to have, which are great. Yeah, it's really for the people, honestly.
Yeah, that is definitely, honestly, the reason I travel. I mean, I years ago for Rebels 1 went to Odyssey in Belgium, and I really only went to that for my friends. But yeah, like, if there's not good people there, then you're only there for the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, very, very well put. Now, do you feel like there is much of a difference between competing in person versus in an online tournament?
Yeah, definitely. I think it depends for everyone, but you don't feel the same kind of pressure when online, and it can be harder to get into it. Like, I've never give up on a set, like offline. But online, when things are looking bleak, or when I'm really not having fun, sometimes there's nothing like keeping me into that set, and I just wanted it to end. And I think in offline, you just want to keep going. You want to make it happen no matter what, because there's people watching, because there's a lot of tension, hype going on, and I think that makes it so much more fun. So yeah, online are fine, but I don't enjoy them as much. It's a bit hard. We kinda just have to, because otherwise some people can't travel. But of course, it'd be better if everything was offline, but it's just not a real possibility.
Yeah, maybe when we discover the secret to teleportation, and we can like. But yeah, honestly, my main advantage to locals rather than online is being there with the people. Like, sure, you can be in a voice call with some of the other players, but actually seeing them there and like feeling the excitement in the air is unmatched.
Yeah,
And
and after a set, online, you win your set, you lose your set, you close the game, and then that's it. You sit on your chair. There's no one. And offline, you finish a set, and there's always people to go to, and that will encourage you, or like help you, like cheer up from a loss, and I think that's the best part.
yeah, honestly, and at least with the people that I've interacted in person with, a lot of the people in this community are very like positive. No one's gonna clown on you for placing below seed.
No,
So it does help that the people that interact with this community are, nice people at least.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, speaking of tournaments, what would you say is your favorite memory of an event?
That one is a bit hard.
Fair enough, but
Because there's a few, and then I think one of them is definitely I think
I will say if it makes it easier, you don't have to list just one.
yeah, I think there's a few. Like, I think Arrival 2 was one of the most fun one, because it was, I don't know, it's Arrival. It's always fun, and it was very tough. It was a very tough one, and one of the first like big one that I won in this game, and it kind of like set me up at that point, and that's why I have a very good memories of this one. And then there's also, I guess, the first few LCS events that were really fun, and like it felt really good having my hard work paid off and winning. And the bittersweet one is like, but it's actually also one of my favorites, the Valhalla Grand Final. Even though it was like one of the worst loss that I've had, it took me a bit to get back from it, because it was a very close one with Dia. But during the grand final, during game 5, the crowd was cheering both for me and for Dia, and it's actually probably one of my best memories. Before I actually ended up losing the set, but when that was happening, I was like thinking, That's why I'm here. That's for this. And yeah, it's definitely when I think about why am I competing and stuff. It's one of the memories that comes.
Yeah, it's for the people. It's for the fans.
Yeah, it was the best crowd I've seen. That Fire was my first 2 days event since I've competed, because we didn't have this in Rivals One. And
Actually, yeah. But like speaking of Arrival 2, that is when you announced that you got signed by Neptunia, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
yeah. That's why it was also very, very good. Just winning, just right after getting haunted. It was
Yeah,
nice.
that was, to my memory, the first big esports signing for Rivals 2 in Europe. So I can think of at least. To be fair, my memory of like sponsored players goes you, Dia, Guffix.
Yeah, I think that's mostly it. But
Yeah, like
they were definitely like right on like some of the first, and just really, really thankful to them because they've been helping since the start. So that's nice.
yeah, and honestly, if you don't mind me asking, how did you come to work with Neptunia Esports?
Kind of funny because at first I just received a Twitch whisper from someone that said they watched me play against Leffen in the very first. I think it was the TG monthly when I played against Leffen, and then that set got a lot of views because it was Leffen and he was streaming to thousands of people, and so that got them interested in Rivals 2. And when they saw I ended up being finishing second, and I was French, then they messaged me and they said they were interested, and we got in contact on Discord, and they seemed like really nice people. They really like care about Rivals 2. They're not doing it for like any other reason. They're doing it because they like the game and they want to see it grow. And so I signed with them, and it's been fun.
Yeah, and honestly, seeing your transition from Rivals 1 to Rivals 2 has been nothing short of amazing. Again, you were a top player, especially in the early days for Rivals 1, so seeing you do as good as you are in, the sequel is amazing. So, before we finish off our block here, I asked this of you the other day, just so you could be prepared for it. Do you have a question for me?
I've been thinking, because I know you're like very invested in the community and doing a lot of events, doing this as well. But like, how much do you actually like play Rivals 2, and how much like what also makes you do all of this work for the community? What's keeping you doing this great work?
So that's the first part. I do play Rivals 2 a lot, mostly at night, after I've done all my
Okay.
work. But yeah, I play it almost daily. As I've said before, I've been in the Rivals community since about 2017, 2018. Fell in love with the first game, fell in love with the community, joined the moderation team, and Radek had enough confidence in me to, let me do what I want with the socials, obviously with Twitch. I would enter more if I obviously weren't so busy with socials and content and with my own bracket, but I love this game. I know I'm never going to be top level. It's not even a dream of mine anymore. I used to, back in the day, want to be the best Shovel Knight in Rivals 1 Europe, but I mean, the best Shovel Knight was retro, and that's a high bar.
Yeah.
But yeah, honestly, everything I do just because I love this game, I love the people that play it, I love this community, and I just want to see it, grow. I want it to be recognized more than Europe was in Rivals 1's day.
Yeah.
Because there was a bit of contention, for those who don't remember, between Europe and North America. It was a bit one-sided. Someone used the bracket command as if we've got a bracket on tonight. I forgot to disable it, but that's me. But yeah, I want Europe to be recognized as the great community as it can be. So that's why I'm just putting all my time and passion into it. But yeah, thank you for that answer. And with that, thank you for your time, Neelax. So any last words, any last comments you'd like to give for our viewers?
No, I think I just follow up with, like, I think the same thing. I just love the game, I love the community, and I also, just like you, would like to show that EU is good. We have a nice community, we have good players, and I think I want this to be known, and yeah, that's how I have.
Yeah, well, again, thank you very, very much, Neelax, for joining us. Apart from, obviously, your Twitter on screen, is there anywhere else everyone can find you?
I have my Twitch, Nilax0, but I haven't been streaming much. Maybe I should, but I'm often too lazy to do it. But sometime I stream there. You never know.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I won't keep you any longer. So, again, thank you very much for taking time to be here tonight. Take care.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Okay. And with that, everyone, we can move on to our next interview. Now, for this next one, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, there were 2 interviews that had to be pre-recorded because they couldn't make it tonight. One of those was Dia, who is at Genesis this weekend. Now, another thing I should mention is we originally recorded an interview at midday this Tuesday, and I forgot to record the audio. So thank God she was still awake. We re-recorded the interview at midnight on the night before she was meant to travel up to America. So she is a pure saint that saved at least my ego. So again, this next one is pre-recorded. I'll leave you with past Hokore for our interview with Dia. Hello everyone, as previous me should have mentioned, this is a pre-recorded interview as our next guest wasn't able to make it tonight. But with that out of the way, our next guest, you know her, she's the champion of this season of RTCS. She's heading to Genesis very soon and is representing Team Antic, Rival Europe's biggest Swiftie, Dia. Hello, Dia. How are you? Now, yeah, of course, as I've most definitely mentioned at the start of the stream, this is not the first time we did this. Yeah, I goofed up, didn't set the right audio on OBS, but this time I know for a fact you guys can hear her. But yeah,
I played Ultimate, I played some Melee, I played a little bit of Rivals 1, and now I am playing Rivals 2. I play Rhino.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I mean, obviously you have a long history of competition, and that really does reflect in how you've been doing, obviously, these past couple months with RTCS. But obviously, since you started with Smash Bros, what would you say drew you to Rivals?
I always said to people, I would play Rivals 1 competitively if it had grabs and shields, because I think it's a really interesting dynamic it brings.
Mm.
And then Rivals 2 was announced, and there were betas, and I wasn't super interested. But then as soon as I started playing it, I was hooked directly, and yeah, it's just a really fun game. I loved playing Melee, honestly. I loved my time with Melee, and the one thing that keeps me off of it is really, and maybe it's something that's overblown in my head, but like I feel like I don't like the feeling of stopping to play the game for 3 days and then having to play 2 hours to get back into it. And
Mm.
with Rivals, the problem is not there, and it's just the game feels really good. I think it's very well designed, and it's nice to have developer support, and they actually know what they're doing. So there's it's just a very great game for me. It's everything I wanted from Smash, actually. So
Yeah. Like, obviously, the transition between Smash Bros and Rivals is a pretty easy one to make. Very similar game styles, obviously. But apart from that, I know when you first answered this, there wasn't much for it, but is there anything you miss from Smash that isn't in Rivals, at least yet?
yeah, so yeah, I'll say the same thing. I think it's not really. Rivals has all the mechanics, the interesting mechanics. I think even Power Shield. It has a more interesting parry for sure. It has power shielding in the form of parry, melee power shielding. I mean, to reflect projectiles. So like it has all the mechanics, the interesting mechanics from Smash, and it improves on them. I feel like in a lot of ways. So no, there's not anything I miss.
Yeah, fair enough. Now, moving away from the game specifically, obviously you're from Belgium. How active would you say is the Belgium scene for Rivals?
So online we have quite an active community, I would say. We have Manny, Last of Manny, who streams a lot on Twitch and is from Belgium, so he's quite a prolific content creator for Rivals too. And then we have Himiko's Arena, that's a bi-weekly tournament, I think. And she's also Belgian, so those two are making a lot of content for the scene online. But I would say offline we have a very inactive region. Unfortunately, we have like maybe 10 to 15 max active players. And it's a bit hard to make offline tournaments and locals for such a small player base, when obviously not everyone's going to be able to travel for every tournament. So yeah, so I organize a tournament in my city with this guy.
Yeah.
It's called Lunacity, and with a lot of friends
Yeah.
that help a lot as well, that do a lot. They're gonna organize it while I'm at Genesis, because it's happening this Sunday. Yeah, so I organize Lunacity that's monthly for Smash Ultimate, and we sometimes try to have a Rivals 2-side event. And I would love to have more of them, but it's just such a hard game to TO for in terms of setups, and that's really the biggest hurdle. So yeah, aside from that, there's not really any initiative that's rising right now for locals in Belgium, unfortunately.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you answered another one of my questions in that with
Yes,
obviously
right.
explaining.
I think I was already.
Yeah, explaining one of the hurdles of setting up a event locally. Yeah, I mean, obviously, bringing PCs and laptops is a very like heavy investment. You have to be very secure in the fact that you can get it there safely and back. And
Yeah, and it also for the attendees that have to bring their laptops, it's also expensive hardware. So it's just sometimes it's just not feasible, and it's also the stress of like, okay, there's this person and this person and this person that are bringing a laptop. If this person doesn't come, it's gonna run way worse, and like, you know, it's always small events. Last Lunasti we did Lunasti, it was like 20-25 entrants, which is good. So the amount of setups doesn't matter too much if it's a smaller event, but still it's not the most fun to organize for. I think.
of course not. Obviously, some of the more active countries in Europe, like the UK, like Italy and France, obviously they have an easier time finding venues with setups, like the Red Bull Gaming Sphere for UK, or obviously I forget the actual venue name, but where UFA was held, and obviously Evo and stuff like that. So yeah, I can see it's definitely a difficulty for some of the less active country. But
And I'm thinking about it now, but actually Himeko was in the talks with an organizer to have some rival side event this month in February. It's not super official yet, but it was in the talks. So that's also an initiative that comes from her actually for offline. So things are happening, but it's not the most active locally, I would say.
yeah, well, obviously, like bringing up Himiko and Last of Mani, they've been going to work trying to revamp the Belgium scene from
Yes.
Rivals 1, and honestly, I'm really liking, I mean, the start to it. Obviously, at the moment, it's mostly just a server rework, but I can definitely see the initiative is there, and obviously those two are very passionate about what they do, so moving away from organization for a bit, what would you say is your favorite memory of an event, local or otherwise?
Yeah, I thought about it some more today after you asked it, and I think it's still me winning Valhalla this year. That was the first. That was actually my first offline tournament for Rivals, and that was such an unexpected win. Sorry, that it's like it will always stay special in my head, I think. And the crowd was amazing, and yeah, it was just really fun. Yeah, because I said this morning, maybe it's recency bias, and I thought about it, and so no, actually.
I mean, no, as you said, your first bracket, and I mean, you did really well at Valhalla, so I can't really think of any other events you've participated in, short of maybe UFA, that you should have those kinds of feelings for. Obviously, UFA was a huge win. Arrival 3 was a huge win when it comes to RTCS, but there's something about the first major that
Exactly.
just sticks with you. Obviously, with offline and online, there can be different issues, whether it be setups for locals or internet problems for online, but what would you say is like the biggest difference in the two, apart from, you know, being at
The
home?
internet.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's no secret that I usually do better offline, and I'm not a big fan of online. And yeah, it's a very personal thing. I think I just can't focus as well, and I just can't play the same online at home. And I've been thinking about it a lot over the last few months, and what I've found that worked a little bit was for the last RCS online I did in November, was trying to recreate offline conditions. Offline conditions here at home, so online. So that would be going in VC between sets to like talk to people, or moving between sets, getting up, not staying on your desk on your PC to watch the rest, just maybe watching the rest in the couch and waking up and eating something, you know. And then I played on Noah's PC as well to have like another feeling and not be too comfortable. So really, so yeah, it's for me. It's really, I think, the in offline tournaments you're being social, and there's stakes. There's very clear stakes because there are other people. You see them. There's a crowd. Maybe you're on stage, and I think that gives me a lot of adrenaline, and like it gives me a lot of motivation as well, and that really helps. And I just think offline will always be amazing for that reason. But I think there are ways to make online better if you're struggling with it. So I'm learning that as well.
Yeah, I mean, like thinking about it, obviously the first online you got 5th, and I believe the second you got 7th, but
Yeah.
with that strategy you got 2nd in online 4, second only to Impasse. And then obviously mentioning the rest of the season, I mean, City Lab you got what, 4th, I believe? Third, yes, over Sand. Obviously you won a Rival 4, you won UFA. I forget, were you at Somnio Noctem?
I was, and I got second, but I wasn't at No Time to Take.
Of course. Like, yeah, exactly. Without those, like, comfortable positions of being at your own PC, you do seem to thrive, so...
That's how I learned to compete.
Yeah.
I never really did a lot of online tournaments, so I guess that's just lack of practice. And I really thrive in offline events because that's just what I learned, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, so when it does come to locals, obviously that is your preferred way to compete. What makes you interested in actually traveling for an event?
When I think back at the last few tournaments, it was definitely RCS, other R2CS circuit points, because yeah, it's such a big prize that you could potentially win that it's like, why not try, you know? But then obviously, aside from that, if there was no R2CS, I would say improving. It's just why I go to tournaments, to improve, and then what I look for when I see a tournament to know if I want to register or not is like, where is it? If it's in an interesting place where you can visit and stuff, obviously. And then who's going, most importantly. Is it gonna be good practice or not? You know, so it's mostly that, I would say. Yeah, the people going, and then the location, I'd say.
Yeah, that's definitely, that's like, especially for me, one of the biggest reasons. Even if I know I'm not going to do great and I'm just going to end up on the commentary booth, I mean, knowing good people are going to be there, knowing it's in a nice place, like, hell, for Odyssey back in Rival 1's day, I travelled obviously to Ghent in Belgium, and yeah, that was such a nice place to be, and had amazing people to be there with. But obviously,
Yeah.
it's also, I mean, you have to at least like the game as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course, yeah. And I'll say it again for the stream, I think, but like, we were talking about it with Nelax one time when he was over, because we were going to Somnio together. And as you said, Odyssey in Ghent, that's in Belgium. But at the time, I wasn't really following Rivals 1 at all. And yeah, apparently there was a big major, like it was pretty small, right?
Yeah.
In terms of entrance.
Yeah, if you think about it in terms of the numbers we get for Rivals 2 these days, I would say, yeah,
Yeah.
it was pretty small, yeah.
But it was, yeah, everyone, Ali, all the good players were there, and I had no idea. And it's funny how it crosses over, like, you were there, and I went to Odysseys for Ultimate back then, so like,
Yeah.
I don't know, it's very funny to me to think about it.
Yeah, that does make me think how many people have gone to these, like, Ultimate events and just not paid attention when there was a Rivals side event, and now they've come into Rivals 2, and now some of the events they've gone to have been put into a whole new perspective. Because
Yeah,
like
indeed.
thinking about it locally, or at least in the UK, regen and events by that team, huge ultimate events, usually has a rival side event. Like, some of the biggest players would go, like, MKLeo went to the last regen, Hungrybox went to the one in 2022.
Right.
Yeah, and now, like, they're playing rivals too, so. But
Yeah, that's true.
that's.
Yeah, it's interesting how how you can like see it in a different light, I guess, every time.
Yeah.
When you switch games, you see things in a different light for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, when we talked this morning, or this afternoon, I guess, I asked what kind of character or archetype you'd like to see added to Rivals 2, and you gave a very, very nice answer about how obviously you really like the current balance of archetypes and strategies within the characters. If anything, I guess, what would you like to see in terms of like character itself rather than mechanics and gameplay? Like,
That's interesting.
oh no, name an animal, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I think so. Like, there's rumors about Slade, right? And I think it's a shark.
Yes, yes.
And it's like, unless it's very anthropomorphic with like legs and stuff. I don't know how you would have a shark in. I think Slade is pretty. Slade has legs and stuff.
Yeah, Slade is bipedal. They're from Dungeons of Aether. It would be the third weapon-based character, as they have a sword of their own. But yeah, honestly, you know, the Dungeons characters I feel need a bit more representation. Obviously, we have a lot of the Rivals one cast. We have Fleet from Dungeons. We have the Workshop characters. We have obviously Lorraine and Galvin. So I feel like, apart from like Molo, because I feel like that's the easy way to get to items.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Slade, Artemis, that'd be a really fun next one to go for. But
yeah, and I think for like what kind of animal I would like, I think bugs are always cool, I think, obviously. And then I think marine animals as well. I like them. They have a cool vibe always, and we don't really have much. I mean, we have Rano, he's an amphibian, and then Orkane, he's more of a dog than anything. So like, that's about it, I think.
yeah, I mean,
So, yeah.
we just got an ant, and again, Moth might be next with Molo.
Yeah.
But honestly, yeah, I'm mostly excited for the original characters to come. Obviously, I feel like it's pretty obvious that the complete Rivals 1 cast, the complete Dungeons cast, any character they've already shown off is going to make it into Rivals 2 in some way. But for their original ideas, I'm really excited for. But
Yeah, me too.
honestly, I suppose that's it. So I once again, for the second time, like to thank you for your time, and once again give you the opportunity to ask me a question, as I have for the rest of our guests.
Yes. Yeah, I'll ask just questions if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
So what kind of projects do you have for Rivals of Aether Europe in the coming months? Now that R2CS is over, what's the plan?
Yeah, so obviously I love doing stuff like this, and now we're in the creator program. That opens up a lot more opportunities to. Oh, yeah. Did I get in this? That wasn't ready for it. But yeah, we're in the creator program now, so that opens up opportunities to expand outwards, like collaborating with American creators. Like when just before Lorena released, there was the unofficial bracket. We got to hang out with Salt Bird Guy and Spiker and other creators of the such. Obviously, there's the European creators like Manny, like Epic, Show, Snowmander, Unia, and Hide the Spider. and obviously when it's been long enough to be able to actually cash out some of the earnings we've gotten from the code, we'll be able to put that towards events, paying graphic artists, paying commentators actual money rather than just Aether bucks.
Oh,
But
that's nice. Yeah.
aside from Rivals Europe, as some may know, I recently joined Team Arcade. Been trying to bring the weekly back for it, but apart from that, Team Arcade is actually now in charge of video games in every single convention in the east of France. So
Oh.
that would also mean Rivals 2 events. So
Oh yeah.
in the future, we'd be able to, have like professional locals in
Yeah.
eastern France. So look
Yeah,
out for
that's
that.
exciting.
Obviously I'll be posting about it in like the Rivals of Aether Europe Discord. But if you want more information as it comes out, you can follow me on Twitter or Team Arcade on Twitter as well. But apart from that, yeah, just more stuff like this, honestly. Fun side things apart from just tournaments, interviews, maybe singling in on specific countries. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
Italy is huge in the scene. The UK, France, obviously, Belgium would be fun as they're starting to
Yeah.
grow a bit more. Yeah, apart from that, just the usual, running my own bracket, making sure that people have a place to, I guess, just keep interacting with rivals and people close to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess apart from that, I would again thank you for taking time. It is very late as we're recording this. I believe it's
Can I go to bed?
it is past
too.
midnight for you.
Yeah.
You are
But that's no problem.
you are
Happy to.
you are truly a hero. But yeah, I'll let you go now. So once again, thank you very much. Have a good rest of your night. And where can everyone find you and keep an eye on your progress?
Yeah, that would be on Twitter mostly. I mean, exclusively actually. If you want to see how I do in bracket and stuff, just go on Twitter. It's on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, and obviously, with Genesis coming up and you entering, that I believe will be streamed on the official Rivals Aether
Yeah.
channel.
most likely.
If not, it'll be on the Genesis channels. But yeah, look out for her there. And apart from that, I will finally let you go to bed. So take care and
Bye.
thank
Enjoy.
you very, very much for joining again, Julie. And with that second go of an interview with Dia out of the way, I'll finally throw it back to the dumbass presenting this in the present. Damn it. Why is she so mean? Anyway. Enough temporal insults. Once again, we will, ignore the fact that the, camera angle and outfit and makeup are all different. I'm just magic, and that wasn't pre-recorded 2 days ago. Anyways, again, Dia wasn't able to make it, as she is at Genesis this weekend, so keep an eye out for her, alongside Fabs on comms for top 8, I think you said, and the end of doubles on Friday. But with Dia's interview out the way, got 2 more live interviews before our special guest. Oh, and Nibodax is going to be at Genesis, apparently, according to Rhea. Okay. Yeah, keep an eye out for Nibodax as well. Okay. anyways, with Dio's interview out of the way, it is time for us to move into our next live interview. So I will get our next guest ready, and we will be back after a very brief break. So don't go anywhere. There we go. Okay, and we are back, everybody. So, again, got 2 more interviews to go into our special pre-recorded guest. So for now, as a lot of you may know already because he said so in chat, he's the one that scares his opponents and confuses commentators. Representing Ace of Cards Esports, his Gothonomics stocks are up. It is Gothix. Hello, Gothix. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, you are looking very snazzy, loving the necklace. I did this as a bit. You just look like that. Anyways. Yeah. Anyways. Please, for the few that may not know who you are, please introduce yourself for us.
The only players
What's that?
in Wales at the moment, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Sorry. I forgot to unmute you. Let's...
You forgot to unmute me. I've been
No,
muted this whole time.
No, literally just for the first 5 seconds. Okay.
Oh,
Thank you, Don, for pointing out. You're good. Introduce yourself properly.
All right, I'm Guthix. If you didn't know that already, I'm a player from the United Kingdom. I'm one of the only players from Wales, I want to say. I can't name that many players who currently live in Wales who play this game, to be honest. I'm one of the top European crags. I have gone to 3 American majors, placed 33rd in all of them. Yeah, no, I really enjoy this game. So that's motivation enough, and the social aspect is always great. The people who play this game are amazing. I just love hanging out with everyone and playing with everyone, and seeing everyone improve, and also being able to sort of be a part of that is super humbling as well.
Wonderful. I already know you have some experience with Rivals 1, but what would you say was your main game before Rivals?
Oh, definitely Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I kind of started in around 2019. I was an O2er for a while. I would go to the locals in Oxford. I think they were called something like Keep Off the Grass. So I would go to there. They were in like Exeter College every Friday night, and I would go and I would get O2 or 1-2 or something like that, and and I would come back, and it's like before that, I'd just basically been practicing against CPUs because I didn't grow up around anyone who played Smash. If we want to dig sort of beyond when I played Smash Ultimate, like I had Smash on the 3DS, I had an emulation of Brawl. I practiced Project M in my spare time. When it came to Rivals 2 coming out, the fact that I knew how to like moonwalk to ledge and stuff like that turns out to be really, really handy. And also the fact that I played a bunch of Rivals 1. I got Rivals 1 when Shovel Knight came out.
Mm.
And because like I was a huge Shovel Knight fan back at the time, and it just was like so cool to me that somebody'd made a platform fighter, or at least a representation of Shovel Knight in a platform fighter that felt so faithful to the original game.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you and me both. I obviously was also a Shovel Knight main. And I do remember, obviously near the end of the game's lifespan, we met each other a few times in bracket, and honestly your improvement since then has been astronomical, because I remember we would go even some games in Rivals 1, and then out of nowhere you just became this monster of a Rivals 2 Craig.
I think we played one set. I think you were in the first Rivals 1 tournament that I entered, at least since like it was like January 2024. So technically not the first Rivals 1 tournament that I entered, because I think I entered Regen at one point, like Regen 2023 or something. I think they had a bracket, or was it 2022? It was one of those.
22 had Rivals. I don't remember
yeah.
that. Oh my god, I don't remember.
I joined that. Yeah, we played in the Play Rough online weekly. We played the Shovel Knight Ditto. I think it was my first ever online bracket for Rivals 1. And we went game 5, and I was like, holy moly, I'm doing all of this, and this is like my first step into like actually trying to compete. Maybe I keep up this game, maybe I practice. So then I kept entering the weekly, and then I started entering US throughout 2024. And I got to the point where I could win URAS. Never got myself a RAS band before Rivals 2 came out, but that's it is what it is. It is what it is. Hey, maybe URAS can start for Rivals 1 if there's a resurgence one day in 2023 or something. Sorry, 2033 or something like that. Deep in the future when the game has its big revival, and everyone decides they're sick of Rivals 2. They want to go back to a game with real neutral and real characters. All of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was starting off with URS 2, there was a little bit of noise for a revival to the amateur series for Rivals 1, but the player base just wasn't there. This was, we
need people, right?
Yeah.
that's the main thing.
There are still, obviously, the Rivals 1 diehards in the European community, Selly, Nikas, trying to think who else really pushes for Rivals 1.
There's a bunch of people that I know that didn't really move on from 1 to 2 who were really active in 1. And like these are the people that you'll typically see in like when you do the Rivals 1 bracket in the online RCSs.
Yeah.
Fire Icy, stuff like that.
Everest, Maxime.
Fire Icy is definitely like the really big one, right? I think because we've seen sort of retro Zonix a little bit in Rivals 2. We've seen Drip Collector in Rivals 2, but I think that he's kind of moving on to Combo Devils when that comes out. Yeah, there's a lot of names I could drop potentially.
Yeah, but still, I've asked this of everyone so far. Is there anything from like Smash from Rivals 1 that you miss that isn't in Rivals 2?
Drifty Eye and Shovel Knight.
My go.
Drifty Eye was awesome. Reading Drifty Eye was awesome. It felt like I was always playing the game. At the moment, sort of on both ends. If you're being juggled in the air by a character, there's only so far you can DI and SDI. Punish is kind of automatic in Rivals 2. You kind of get to take turn your brain off and let muscle memory just kind of take over. You don't have to really do much beyond that. Sometimes you have to like take their SDI into account, but a lot of the time, a lot of what you're going to be doing in Advantage is straight up inescapable. I have Crag privilege here, but this is not just a Crag thing. Like Zetaburn does this as well. Many other characters do this too. It definitely was a really fun mechanic to play around, and I definitely do miss Drifty Eye. I also miss being able to use Drifty Eye defensively as well. Like you get spiked, you can drift towards the wall after doing like a straight downwards direction and then tech, and then you can get stuff off that. I don't know. There's a lot of mechanics from Rivals 1 that I just thought were really, really good, and it's stuff like that. I just really enjoyed that sort of aspect of Rivals 1.
Anything in the way of like other content, like other game modes, other things you can do outside of just like 1v1s and doubles?
I've primarily been a competitive rule set enjoyer, so I personally don't really care that much about side content. I just want to go on competitive rules, play somebody competitively, and that's what I enjoy. So that's like my thing. That's the sort of niche that I am catered. I'm definitely like the target audience of the game of Rivals 2, as it were. There's like no platform fighter character that I enjoy more than Rivals 2 Crag. That character is crazy. He's got so much going on. He can create so many moving parts, and that's what I really enjoy. And I get to do that in the competitive setting that we've been sort of offered by the game. That's just how I really like playing. I don't really care that much for things like items or like casual rule sets or like even really story mode or anything like that. I just want to play people, get better at the game. It's just really fun to improve at. So that's me. If they add more stuff, it's to get a bigger audience, and it would be good to get a bigger audience in. So
yeah, fair enough. Honestly, like again, Rivals 2 is a competitive game first. That was like mainly, especially on launch, that was what the game was entirely. Obviously more casual stuff is coming like this year, especially with items and with Aether stages. But yeah, fair enough. I mean, you love the game for what it is. There's no point in wishing for more. But anyways, so obviously you're from Wales, and as far as at least we're both concerned, you are the only real like competitive Welsh player for this game. So obviously that means if you're going to travel, it's going to be at least to the UK. What specifically makes you actually want to travel for a tournament?
Oh, I just love competing so much. I love going to a place. Everyone there is like-minded to a degree. We all know the same sort of category of things. Everyone that I see, essentially, I can expect them to have some understanding of a range of concepts, and that allows us to have common footing. That allows me to sort of get a social foot in really, really easily. There's loads of as I've mentioned, really, really cool and interesting people in the scene. It's partly an excuse to travel and get around. It's partly sort of my whole social life, really, at this point, because I live by myself and in an area where kind of nobody lives, so I kind of have to get out, really. Yeah, no, just competition itself is extremely fun. I really, really love the game. I love winning, I love losing, and feeling terrible. Like I actually really enjoy that feeling, because it's like it gives me drive. I wanna learn. I wanna come back. I wanna come back swinging. I wanna come back stronger. I wanna surprise everyone. I think surprising everyone is great. It's something I can really lean into as a player. It's something that I've definitely been given the toolset to do so with. And yeah, no, it's really cool knowing that anywhere in sort of Europe and America, I can go there, and there's gonna be people who will get on with me, who will sort of know me to a degree, and I'm kind of never in like actual foreign territory really, because it's like everyone's all connected, you know. It's really nice. It's really nice.
Yeah, and I'll say, like, the first time we met in person, instantly, like, that gap between online friend and offline friend, I didn't feel it. Like, there's something, especially about this community, where this is an indie game, first and foremost. Like, we don't have the same, like, player base as, say, Ultimate, or more traditional fighting games like Tekken, Street Fighter, stuff like that. So having this smaller base really does, I think, bring the community closer. And yeah, traveling to be with like-minded people, that's always going to make a bracket worth it. Now, as you said, you've been to a few of the NA brackets. Let's Make Big Moves, for example, I think was your most recent, if I'm correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was the inspiration to go to those?
What was the inspiration to go to America? It's, I think, partly because, well, so the first American event that I went to was Supernova, and to this day, that is still the highest entrant count Rivals 2 tournament that we've ever had. I think the entrant count was above 500, and then after DQs it was around 400 or so, which is still like an insane amount of players. Most of those players are like Smash players who are trying out Rivals because it's there, right? So in terms of relative competition, the actual tournament itself wasn't as stacked as some other majors have been, but to have that many people in one place for Rivals, and I'm there too, that's so cool. I've never had anything like that. We've never had anything like that for Rivals in Europe, and we're not going to have the player base for that. Like, it's just not going to happen here. So being able to go there and experience that was so cool. And I went to Riptide as well, because I figured Riptide was also one of those sort of events that I really just have to experience at some point. In the Kalahari in the hotel in Ohio. So I went to the two big events that I went to first were in Virginia, middle of nowhere Virginia, and middle of nowhere Ohio. So the only food you've got around is like mostly just this really trash fast food. But it's so cool just going places, and then I meet all these like American players, and they know me and I know them, and it's like, oh my goodness, this is amazing. I've got all of these friends that I would have never been able to meet if I hadn't gone over there. And sort of since all of that, I don't know, I want to give a big shout out to the Pittsburgh community in particular as well, because like particularly during Riptide, they were really like accommodating to me, and like eager to hang out. And I remember when we were at the water park, sort of at the end of the event, all of the Smashers, all of the Rivals players were all in the water park, just kind of occupying the place. I had my glasses off because I didn't want to damage them, and I can't see anything without these. I actually can't even see my own face on my own screen when I take my glasses off. So I had Marky Fresh just sort of chaperoning me around, and it was kind of awesome actually.
Yeah,
it
sounds
was a great time.
Yeah, it definitely sounds it. So obviously with that out of the way, what is next? What actually drives you to compete? Obviously, you said you love competition. Where do you think that comes from?
Oh god, I've been given a toolset with Craig that is just so satisfying to play with. I genuinely don't know if I would be interested in this game if it didn't have Craig in it. I feel like I'm just really lucky that the game launched with this character. the fact that he's as strong as he is currently is kind of like I guess it's just like a bonus. Like, I would still play Crag even if Crag was like bottom 1, right? So long as he's chucking his rock around and making mix-up situations that are like two-dimensional like that. I've got my rock, I've got my pillar, and I can create all sorts of chaos with both of them. So long as I can keep doing that, I think I'm always going to have motivation. I think there's always going to be things for me to find. There's always conversations I can have with the other Crag players. Definitely my like top 1 character base as well. We're typically never really complaining about things, and we're always figuring out new things and stuff that we can do with our rock, and just sort of having all sorts of wholesome conversation. There's definitely a bit of a hive mind when it comes to the player base of Crag. Yeah, shout outs to all the Crags. You all make it so much easier to sort of play this game, really. But yeah, no, definitely the character is a big thing. The engine is also really satisfying to play in. And when it comes to competing in general, it's really nice to sort of have targets to go for. Like, somebody beats me, that becomes a target. I now have to study and train so that I can stop losing to that person. I've lost like my last 4 sets against Sand. I need to study. I need to practice. That's huge motivation, because it's like being able to see something that I can working on it, and actually making progress and learning things. That never gets old. It literally never gets old.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if you're going to compete, you might as well love it, and you've shown that you clearly do. So, with that, what would you say you prefer, online or offline tournaments?
I mean, it's an interesting question, because it's like, I definitely prefer being offline, but it's also fair to say that there are things about it that kind of suck sometimes. Like, I have a special learning disability related to hypersensitivity and sensory defensiveness or whatever. So when it comes to like crowded spaces, if there's a bunch of people around me, I'm like kind of freaking out, stressing out mentally, and it's like there's really not too much I can do with that other than just like keep exposing myself to it. But yeah, no, dealing with sort of how my brain can get in crowded settings like that can kind of suck. Clearly, everything else about being offline is so much better than online, usually. My setup at home is like a lot better than basically any setup that I play on in an offline bracket when I travel. So that can be pretty rough to adjust to. Like when I went to Let's Make Big Moves, it's like I've just flown 8 hours and explored New York, which was awesome. And then I'm playing on these tiny little laptops, and I'm like, I can't see. Yoda Cage is dropping off ledge and doing this thing with Thunderline, and I can't see any of it. How am I supposed to respond to any of this? It's so annoying. But yeah, it's just how it is. I just have to make it less when I travel. I have to make it less about the tournament and more about the things that I can do outside of the tournament. And then the tournament itself should get easier, and I should be more relaxed and able to do my thing, you know. But yeah, so yeah, there's like pros and cons, right?
Yeah.
But overall, no, definitely, like, I wouldn't travel offline to offline stuff if it sucked, right? Like, it's super great just going out playing. Being able to like shake my opponent's hand or fist bump them as well after a set. Being able to like just say hi to people, hang out with people, get offline friendlies when we don't have the delay and the rollback and all of that stuff. No, it's so much better to play offline on the whole.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, at least through the interviews we've done so far, that is a very common sentiment, because like, yeah, being able to play next to somebody or in front of somebody if you're on like a stage, yeah, that is honestly, it makes the experience so much better, just being able to see who you're playing against in person. Speaking of you competing and going to events and stuff, what so far has been your favorite memory of an event? This can be local or online.
Good question. Good question. Good question. Favorite memory from an event, online or offline?
Yeah.
It's got to be. It's got to be something from when I traveled to one of the American events. It has to be, surely. But what would that be? What would that be? There's so many moments to choose from, and I feel like all of the moments that I'd want to choose aren't actually the tournament themselves. So, how much of a cop out do I want of an answer do I want to give to this question? And I suppose that's another question for myself.
I will say it doesn't have to be on venue grounds. It doesn't have to be during a set. As long as it's surrounding an event, that's fine.
Surrounding an event. Okay, so I do want to point out, like, let's make big moves. The one that I just went to, I stayed with Cheesy Potato for the first couple nights, and she gave me this like huge tour of Queens, one of the districts of New York, on sort of the Wednesday, because I got there on Tuesday, built her couch, and then she got me chimichangas, which is like probably still the best meal I've ever had in America. Yeah, she gave me this tour of Queens, and we went to the Chinatown, Flushing, and we went to this manga store, and I bought some lychee flavored mochi, and it changed my life. It was so good, and I think, I don't know, it seemed like Cheesy was a little bit sort of offended that that's the thing that I like reacted the most to out of everything, because we saw a lot of things. We went to like a whole museum, we had like all of these amazing meals and stuff, and it's like the the imported Japanese candy that I'm like, you know, freaking out the most about. But also, like, I just got to like share UK chocolate with everyone. I remember giving a Snickers bar to Blackamar, and he had it, and he was like, "You just ruined American chocolate for me." And it's like, yeah. Well, you'll have to come to Europe now. We've got Valhalla coming up. You're all gonna see you all there, right? Yeah, there's a lot of things I can point to from that week, because I was trapped because of a snowstorm. I haven't mentioned this yet. There was a snowstorm, and it delayed my flight home like 3 days. So I was gonna fly home Sunday night. I was gonna watch top 8, go to the airport, fly home. And then I get an email, and it's like, "Oh, your flight's been cancelled. It's been rescheduled to Wednesday night instead." And it's like, "Oh shit! How do I? What do I do now? I'm stuck in New York." Luckily, the person who was organizing the hotel, shoutouts to Clementine from Pittsburgh, extended our hotel an extra night, and then I stayed a couple nights in Brooklyn with Aurora, the New York Aurora. There's quite a few Auroras going around. So yeah, definitely like big shout outs to them as well. Made the whole trip possible.
Yeah, I mean, again, your trips to NA have all sounded amazing. Like, obviously, we're in a friends server together, so being able to follow along, it definitely seemed like you had a good time. So, regardless, let's see. I believe. Oh, what kind of character or archetype, or just any existing Rivals Aether character would you like to see added to Rivals 2 next?
Shovel Knight. I just want my boy. I just want Shovel Knight.
I wish, but I think I do remember like a statement before release where they were like, Shovel Knight and Ori are not going to be coming to Rivals 2.
I just want a character who can pull out mobile gear, get on the gear, and continue to do whatever whilst the gear moves. I like moving parts. I want to keep getting more characters with moving parts.
Well,
that aren't them
yeah.
that I can interact with, that the opponent can interact with. I want everything to be interactable by all players, and I just want to cause chaos. I just want to create complex situations that nobody can solve in time. I wanna get on my car and sing "Driving in My Car" right after a beer, you know?
Yeah, but speaking of Shovel Knight, shout out to Toma and Equinox Doodles for making Smithy on the workshop. Who's just
It's not Shovel Knight.
I know, but it's Shovel Knight's normals with horn and ghost gloves. So
I want mobile gear.
I know.
I need mobile gear.
Me too,
It's
buddy.
not Shovel Knight
Me too.
until I have my gear.
Anyways, to close this off, is there any questions that you have for me?
Ooh, what's your favorite color?
Purple.
What's your quest?
Well, sorry?
What is your quest?
My quest. Oh no, dude. To get through each day.
What
no,
is
I'm
the
thinking-
airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
Depends on the day of the week. Anyways, thank you. No, if we're talking seriously, my quest is, just to make Europe a better place for rivals players and stuff like that.
Lovely. I had one question on the tip of my tongue.
Come on, bro.
Come on. It's just vanished. It's literally just vanished.
You lost it when talking about the wingspan of an unladen swallow.
No, I had it on the tip of my tongue just now. It was a really good one.
But
Oh well, I'm sure it doesn't matter that much.
it's fine. You can hop in Twitch chat and I'll answer it if you remember. But again,
Sure.
Thank you very much for joining. Is there anything else you'd like to say while we have this audience?
Big shout outs to my mum actually. I brought her over to a couple tournaments now. I brought her to Roundtable Rumble in Helsinki. Actually, yeah, I want to point out that as another like amazing moment. We went to one of the saunas in Helsinki, and I've never felt so relaxed. Like it is so good, and I brought my mum to all of this. She got to tour Helsinki a little bit, and that was such like a lovely like experience. I got to bring her around. She got to meet a bunch of the competitors. She got to meet like Modkick, Fishing Man 57, HD Spider, a whole load of those. And I also took her to No Time to Tilt. Shout outs to that tournament. That was a really great event. And what was it? Molten Marindero in Milan. It was just really cool that she's like invested in what I'm doing, and I can take her around, and it's just like, I don't know. I'm really touched by it all, to be honest.
Well, yeah. Shout out Gothic's mum. Anyways,
Big shout out.
obviously we have your Twitter on screen, Skylord_Gothic. Anywhere else we can find you?
You can find me on Twitch. I stream sometimes. I stream most online brackets that I do since coming home from Supernova. You can find my VODs on www.youtube.com/@GothicsVODs. And apart from that, I do have a Blue Sky. What is my Blue Sky? It's something like Skylord Gothics. Yeah, at skylordgothics.bluesky.social, something like that.
Yeah.
You can find me. You can find me.
Well, in any case, I'll finally let you go. So thank you once again
All
for
right.
joining us, Gothics. It's a
Thank you so much
pleasure
for
as
having me. I
always.
love talking.
You take care now.
All right, ciao.
Okay, and with that, we have but one last guest for the live section of this interview. So, I'll get them ready, and we will get straight into it. And I can already see that. So, on the one that isn't actually on camera. Oh, they are. Wait, what am I hearing? Oh well. Regardless, brief intermission, and we will be right back. Hey, hello again, everybody. We have our final guest of the night, apart from our special guest. Now, he is the owner of Rivals of Aether Europe, head of production and master coder, the creator of the Rushdown Revolt stream tool. It's Redek. Hello, Redek.
Hello, yeah, the Rushdown Revolt tool. I'm sure someone used that. For starters, I will say I'm used to type, but not so used to talk in English, so I will try my best to make sure you guys understand me, but just be warned.
Of course. Yeah, thank you for actually agreeing to do this voice. I don't think has there ever been a time where your voice has been on a Rivals stream?
Well, I used to say some words at the grand finals of every tournament, but that was years ago. I don't do that now.
But regardless, if you could please introduce yourself for us, Redek.
All right, I'm Redek. I'm the author of the stream tool that many people use for Rivals 1 and sometimes 2. I'm also the owner of the Rivals of Aether EU Discord, among many other things I could say, but I think we can progress. I will say something. I don't consider myself an interesting person. So to make this more interesting, I think I can, yeah. So you see, I have this for a webcam. Maybe this will be more entertaining to watch than static image.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
This is basically Rain World if anyone played that game, and this is my character in it. And I can also say that's important.
I see that's why you are very conscious about audio before we started. But yeah, still, yeah. Again, you've been here for ages in the Rivals community. What actually drew you to Rivals in the first place?
All right, to start it all, I have always been Smash fan. I played from Melee a bit to Brawl to Smash 4 and some Ultimate, and I always wanted a Smash-like experience on PC. And then a popular video showed up. I think it was from Alpharat displaying the game. I think that was sometime around Maple's release. I thought the first time I saw the game, I thought that Maple was the protagonist, but that isn't the case. Still, I remember that game and I didn't buy it. And later that year, maybe it was next year, Alpharad, I think, released another video just before early access, and that's when I purchased the game and joined the Spanish community.
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, the European community started only as a Steam group. If I'm remembering correctly. Yeah.
I wasn't there.
So yeah, you joined when there was already an established Discord server, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was already a pretty big server when I joined. I was first on the Spanish community and then progressed to the EU community. Started joining many tournaments. I think there was a year where I was the person who joined most tournaments of that season. And then people got to know me, especially for the streaming stuff.
Yeah, you also do stream quite a bit. I believe you've streamed Drain World, if I'm remembering correctly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but regardless, that's not what we're here for. We're here for rivals. So yeah. What actually? So again, you created the Rivals of Aether stream tool, which gets used religiously for Rivals 1, is what you or we use for our 2CS. And I've seen it used in countless other games in the wild. What actually made you want to create the tool?
I mean, I started streaming before having a tool for it. I mean, it was everything was manual with OBS sources, text, and images. And one day I thought maybe I could automate the process because at the time I was doing a course studying something that it's pretty worthless nowadays. But anyways, we were doing like Unity mini games, and I was learning programming through that. And well, I thought maybe I could use those skills to automate everything, and I kept building.
Yeah, and again, the tool has gone on to be used almost exclusively when it comes to Rivals 1. Obviously, I used for Rivals 2 the Tournament Stream Hubber tool, but even then, the Rivals tool just feels so much better to use for Rivals 1 because it's been here for so long, everyone knows how to use it. But what actually, first actually like made you want to start coding? You said obviously you did a course with like Unity minigames, you said. What drew you
Yeah.
to coding and game development in the first place?
Like I was studying for IT and programming and stuff. I was going to program either way, but it was more of ways to an objective. Yeah, it was just I wanted to stream more efficiently, and there's coding for that, so I just started coding.
Yeah, yeah, fair enough. I mean, coding is honestly pretty easy to get into if you have that interest in how things work in, games and in websites. Like, even just by poking around in the stream tool, for my own sake, I am planning on pursuing coding. But regardless of that, obviously you are the main person behind the production side of R2CS streams. What would you say is the biggest hurdle there, the biggest difficulty or challenge?
Challenge regarding streaming?
Yes, especially for brackets.
I think the biggest issue that I have personally when doing everything regarding streaming an RCS bracket is usually first having enough people to commentate, because I don't want people to commentate for more than I don't know, 1.5 hours, 2 hours, and the more people I have, the more fresh everyone will feel while commentating. So the first issue is always having to find people to commentate. And, well, the other is more like technical, because, as I said, everything is more or less automated. Most work will come before streaming, not during the stream. However, with Rebel Feather 2, things get a bit complicated with lobbies, because there's always some issue. We have to restart lobbies. We have to make sure people are actually going to play and are not AFK. There's always so many downtime that I try so hard to reduce, but, well, it happens.
Yeah, especially with Rivals 2. Sure, it has, built-in rollback from the start, but lobbies do tend to break especially at the most inopportune times. Like, I remember a couple weeks ago, I was running URAS 2 and a lobby desynced, forcing me to ult F4, and there was a bug last patch where you couldn't rejoin a lobby that has a game in progress, so sometimes you just lose games. But regardless,
I mean, we had the replay system before that wasn't ideal either. We tried sometimes to make it work with spectator mode, but that never went well. With Rivals of Aether 2, at least we have live matches for the better and for the worse. But yeah.
yeah, the question that I haven't actually got written down here that I meant to. How did you come to? For those who don't know, Redec also works for translating and localizing Rivals of Aether 2.
Yes.
How did that come to be?
Okay, so the team already knew me because I was working for them for the streaming side, so they already knew who I was. However, this happened because one of my friends contacted them to make an official translation for Rebel Officer 1, which they never finished. And I came in saying, hey, I know this is happening, but I know this is told. I can come in and finish the job. So I did, and then the team knew that I could translate everything. However, when Rebel Officer 2 was starting to release, I came to them saying, hey, I already translated, at least part of Rebel Officer 1. Why couldn't I translate Rebel Officer 2? And at the time, they said that they weren't planning to translate Rebel Officer 2 to Spanish Spain, only to Spanish from Latin America. And fast forward like 1 month later, Off-Brand that was handling this everything translation related was searching for Spanish Spain translator, and because the team knew that I was looking for work and that I could do this job, so they just recommended me and told the Off-Brand guys that I could do it. I passed some tests, and now I'm translating every game from the company.
Off-brand in general, not just Aether Studios.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
I have translated Rival Officer. I also translated Aether Manther, which is really ironic for the name.
Yeah.
And I will probably start soon to translate another game from the company that I can say.
Nice. Okay. Well, yeah. I guess it just helped that obviously they knew you because you would handle production. Yeah. I mean, a follow-up question though, if you have one, what so far has been your favorite or funniest translation for Rivals 2?
Okay, I have one. However, it will be very hard to explain, but anyone who has lived in the Spanish community will know. Let me. Yeah, there it is. Okay, the get a job emote. It's pretty blunt in English, but it was the perfect opportunity for the Spanish localization. It's more like a Spanish joke. I can't really explain without like requiring 5-10 minutes to explain it, but it's a really good joke, and I really hope. Well, I know the Spanish community has really enjoyed this one. We have a sticker on the Discord server for this emote.
Yeah, fair enough. I honestly did expect it to be something to do with Craig. I remember when the I think Springbound last year, when Craig released the Craig Easter egg skin. I remember you finding that one a unique challenge.
Yeah. There doesn't usually is an opportunity to make good jokes on Rebel Fighter 2, which is weird because there was on the emotes of Rebel Fighter 1, but if there's a small chance that I can fit in something funny, I do.
Yeah. I guess it's not just translating the words, it's translating the actual message itself to be more in line with the culture of the language. So
Yeah.
And I guess that's also
That's why. Yeah, that's why it's called localization. You're not just translating words because we don't all talk the same way in different places.
Yeah, but still, yeah. And that is one of the, I guess, main differences, I believe, between, Latin Spanish and Spain Spanish. Is obviously there are words that are different, but they're two completely different regions, so...
Yeah.
But still...
Similar words, but very different culture.
Exactly. Anyways, another question I have for you specifically. As the current owner of Rivals for Europe, what projects or events would you love to do in the future? This doesn't have to be within realistic expectations, just your dream event or project.
I would like to do bring back the exhibitions someday. It's a bit of work, but I will really enjoy that we got back those, especially not only because of 1v1s, but 2v2s and now crews, which we did back in the day, but it's a bit of work. Maybe someday.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, near the game's launch, we had Future Rivalries, which technically counts.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that.
Yeah.
I will watch it closely.
Yeah, hopefully that comes back soon. But, the exhibitions, I remember, Oil Rig, which was water and fire mains in Rivals 1. I remember actually competing in a exhibition match with a bunch of Shovel Knights from back in the day, Retro, PK, someone else that I shouldn't mention. But yeah, exhibition matches can be really fun. I think we saw at Arrival 2, there was a French, I think it was Europe vs UK little 5-man exhibition that was really, really fun. So yeah, I would also love to work towards making that happen again. Now, we are coming close to the end of this block, which means last few questions before our special guest. So, I'm trying to think if there's anything here that I can ask you. Oh, so obviously you made the Rivals 2 stream tool. You also made the web version of the Rivals 1 recolor tool. Obviously you made it its own thing and just a standalone website with a bunch of extra features. Apart from those, what has been your favorite project so far when it comes to, coding, production, or even just being a part of the Rivals community?
I mean, from the Rivals of community or also outside of it?
Yeah, no, answer for both if those two answers are separate. So, in totality and specifically for Rivals.
I mean, for Rivals, it's always been the stream tool. I mean, it was developed for a long time, and I always managed to sneak in more functionality and performance boosts and the like. Especially because that allowed me, because, well, I made it myself. I know the ins and outs of the tool, and that means that when I do make custom versions for the for the stream tool, I'm able to make some cool stuff. Like this year, I didn't make anything, sadly, but in the other years, the past RCS season 6, 7, I don't remember if I did anything for 8, but on those RCS seasons, on the finals, I always did something like special, like
Yes.
a grand finals intro. And that was only possible because I made it all. Well, I prepared it all with the stream tool. Because funny thing, I didn't prepare those with time. Those were largely things that I did at the last second. Like one of the grand finals intro was made the morning before it happened. And the other one, the one that probably people have seen on Twitter, was made the day before that happened. Like I could do it with more time, that's for sure. But sometimes it's just like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's only possible because one, I know how this works, and B, it's everything prepared, so it's like modifiable.
Yeah. I do remember a couple of years ago you had an overlay, I believe, for a crew battle, which was Pokemon themed and had these stocks represented as health bars.
Yeah, the health bar incident.
Yeah, that was a bit...
For the I don't remember which final was it. I think it was the finals, but I thought it was a good idea to make it so the overlay was like a health bar for the players. That was a bit ambitious, and I ran out of time. It was a bit too much, but I think it was really cool. Not well. There was a few people that was confused by the change because there wasn't a number or anything saying who's winning. There was just a health bar, but it was really cool.
Yeah, I do remember you did end up like cleaning up a little bit after the fact. I think you put like numbers in the health bar to show.
Yeah, I placed segments on the health bar, so make it easier to tell.
Okay, well, regardless, we are coming to the end of this interview. So, just like with the rest of our guests, I would like to ask you, Rudek, if you have a question for me.
Okay, I do have a question for you.
Okay.
How much cool do you think you are?
How cool do I think I
On
am?
a scale of 1 to 10. And I also, I will also question it, asked to the chat. Chat, please tell me, on a scale of 1 to 10, how cool do you think Hokuri is? There is no wrong answer.
I'm gonna chat answer first, just so I don't get too hurt if I overshoot. Okay, Gothic says 10 out of 10. That's okay. I'd say I'm like a solid 7, not 6. But
You know that's not enough.
okay.
You know it.
Okay, bro. Anyways, yeah. With that, yeah. Thank you again for doing this, Rudek. Any last little message? Anything else you wanna say to chat before we leave?
I didn't have anything prepared. I'm sorry.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh, I do have something. Give me a second.
Okay.
All right. There it is.
Yeah.
That's a cat.
Hell yeah.
All right, I'm now satisfied.
Okay. Well, yeah. Again, thank you very, very much, Rudek. Honestly, thank you for everything you've done, but especially thank you for coming along tonight. Obviously, we have your Mastodon down now on the screen, as you don't use Twitter. Anywhere else we can find you, obviously your Mastodon is also your blue sky, so anywhere else we can find you.
Yeah, you can also find me on Blue Sky and on Twitch and on Discord.
Awesome. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Again, thank you so very much for coming along tonight. So, yeah, take care, Rita. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay, with that, everyone, we come down to our final interview. Our special guest of the evening. It's time. Now, I'm not going to introduce who this person is. I'm going to leave that to past Hokori. Stick around, it is a long one. Obviously, these blocks have been half an hour. This interview lasts an hour and about 8 minutes. So, feel free to watch the full thing. I will be back afterwards for closing words, but everyone, please take a look at this. Okay, as I've hopefully just said, this next and final guest is a bit of a different case from who we've just had on stream. A name you probably wouldn't actually associate with Europe, but more towards NA. He is the head TO for Heatwave, the community and esports manager for Aether Studios, and our middleman for Rivals Championship Series, our friend SBS. Hello, Stephen.
How's it going?
Good. We are going to pretend that I didn't just go live when recording this, but yeah, if any of you saw a live notification the other night, nothing
No, you
happened.
didn't.
No, yeah, but
If you saw it, no, you didn't.
exactly. But I guess we'll just get straight into it. Yeah, introduce yourself like you hadn't just done so.
Yeah, hi, I am SBS. I run the Arizona Rivals of Aether scene. I started playing Rivals 1 in about 2015, and eventually started playing that as my main game. I am a geologist, have a geology degree, and was working in Tempe, Arizona for 3.5 years while running tournaments just kind of for fun. It was a big thing that I really wanted to make a local scene because I didn't really like the online, especially back in 2015. It was before you could even see that like the other person's ping or your own ping. It was bare bones out there. So I created the local scene, and after several years of running tournaments and creating the Heatwave series and also creating what is known as Grassroots League, the studio decided to take me on as the esports manager and community manager for the project. I went full-time in September of 2020, but I started it back in February 2020, right before the pandemic hit, with my first project actually being the top 50 of Season 4 to get it organized and to get it released, with my first event that I traveled to being Frostbite 2020. Since then, I've been the community manager and have been elevated to senior community manager for Aether Studios. I've been with them approximately 6 years now. Unfortunately, that is coming to a close as of this weekend, but it's been a great 6 years, and I loved every minute of it. It was kind of a dream come true. Obviously, I also work very closely with other communities besides just North America or Arizona. I work with a slew of European TOs in a big old group chat, and then also in the past have worked with TOs from Asia, TOs from Australia, TOs from South America, Canada, etc., Central America. Yeah, so I essentially facilitate tournaments. I write blog posts, I video edit, you name it, and I've probably done a little bit of it for Aether Studios at some point. And I'm looking forward to becoming a community member again, back in just the Arizona scene.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, as many may know, obviously there were some layoffs at Aether Studios, just because obviously it's rough times at the moment. But we all know nothing bad from it. It's literally financials can't keep everyone on. But keeping the positivity going, I
of course,
suppose.
yeah.
What was your main game before Rivals, if you had one?
So I played every Smash Brothers game from the N64 up through Smash 4 pretty religiously, but I never entered tournaments for them until Smash 4, until I graduated college, which was in 2015. And so my first actual like competitive Smash game, or platform fighter rather, would have been Smash 4. I got into that game around 2015 as well. Played that for a bit, and then slowly kind of fell out of love for it once I discovered Rivals of Aether, and slowly fell in love with Rivals of Aether, and eventually stopped playing singles for Smash 4, with my last one being a Genesis Saga, where I placed 49th at that, even though I wasn't practicing anymore, which is pretty cool. I lost to Fatality and another player that is banned, so I'm not going to mention their name. But it was a pretty decent run.
Yeah.
And then I played only doubles for a bit while balancing the Rivals 1 before eventually just switching straight to Rivals only.
Yeah, and obviously, like, aside from your contributions to Rivals, you and its scenes, you are, I would say, a pretty good player. So, how would you describe your playstyle when it comes to Rivals? You can answer this for both games.
Yeah, I play a lot more Rivals 1 than Rivals 2, mostly because it's just a whole brand new game. I'm 32 now. I don't have as much time as I used to. And it's really easy to just pick up a game that I have 4,000 hours in instead of trying to learn a brand new game. But I would say that in both cases, my playstyle is very reactive. I've always been terrible online, so I never enter online brackets. I never want to play online. I always want to play in person. I play very reactive, combo game, neutral game, a lot of just split-second decisions. I don't have a lot of the muscle memory of, like, I'm going to push this, then this, then this. So, like, if I'm in online, I'm reacting to my spot as opposed to preemptively pushing buttons, and I was always terrible at it. But yeah, so very reactive player, I think, and a very adaptive player would be the ways that I would describe myself. It's very common for me to have my worst game of a set be the first game, and then do much better as things go on.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely a place for purely reactivity, because some of these players, I mean, you are not getting game 1 off them. You might get game 2 off them, and at that point, it purely depends on how you've adapted to them. So being very adaptable is a very, very strong skill to have. So I guess just cornering in on that is honestly a valid playstyle, I'd say. But anyways, obviously, as I said, you are the head TO for Heatwave and just the Arizona scene. How active would you say the Arizona scene is? I mean, for Rivals 1 at least, for now.
Well, I'd say that Rivals 1, we are probably still one of the most active in the world. Have been since its kind of inception. It's really hard to compare apples and oranges when it comes to like other scenes, but we're right up there with the most active scenes. Rivals 1 currently, we've been running at least one tournament per month, with both Tucson and Phoenix actually switching to bi-weeklies again. So we've actually had an uptick in Rivals 1 events as of late. Rivals 2, we've actually had... Tucson has been a little bit of hiatus, but Phoenix has had up to 3 events per week for Rivals 2. So very, very active, grindy local scene. Our Discord is also extremely active. We have a lot of people that will get online games with each other, you know, in the closer ping. Yeah, I'd say we're one of the most active out there, for sure.
Yeah, and I guess same question for Rivals 2 in Arizona.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of mentioned it briefly, but we have up to 3 events a week sometimes, and obviously we have our monthlies too. We have a PR for Rivals 2 that's every 4 months, because just doing a PR graphic every 3 months, we were starting to fall behind a little bit. And actually, I didn't mention it, but we actually do have a Rivals 1 annual PR we did for 2025, and we're switching it to biannual now. So Arizona PRs are still very much active. We have enough people to have 10 people in Rivals 1, which is a lot more than a lot of scenes can say, which is kind of crazy. And then Rivals 2, yeah, we definitely have a lot of competition. Our number 1 player being Stro, who got 5th place at Combo Breaker this year, and 7th place at Heatwave, and 5th place at the Aether Studios Online. Then we also have players like Plastic Dinos, who's a mainstay from Rivals 1 as well. Both Stro and Plastic Dinos reached pretty high up in the top 50s for North America back in their day. And then in Rivals 2 are doing quite well. We also have people like Azog, who's traveled to Frosty Faustings a few times, and pretty good locally. We have players like Bro, who don't really travel out of state, but are fantastic and beat some of the players I've just mentioned. And then CPU Zero is one of the people that started off like pretty rocky, but a top 100 melee player, and has really elevated his game to be like a solid number 2 in the state.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, anytime I looked over at NA during Rivals 1's days, honestly, one of the first names I would see is Heatwave, especially when it came to those more regular events. Obviously, like Genesis and Let's Make Big Moves and Hitful, events like that, always hype, but these more regular occurrences are what really shape a scene, in my opinion, because you can have these big events, but if you don't cultivate the, I guess, more regular ones, then who's gonna show up for the bigger ones?
Right, yeah.
But
For a long time in Rivals 1 specifically, the big 3 for North America were Genesis, Riptide, and Heatwave. Heatwave has been the biggest in the world for grassroots, just like focused on Rivals of Aether events. But Riptide and Genesis were always the big ones for Rivals 1. And then, yeah, recently, with Rivals 2 in North America, we've had a really big uptick in events just wanting to run our games just in general. Let's Make Big Moves recently was a fantastic event, and we also just had Frosty Faustings as well. But, yeah, Heatwave is on its 8th iteration. With 2026, it would be its 9th, assuming it does happen, which I do plan on running one. Yeah, so would be the 10th year of it, because we took a year break because of COVID. But it's kind of crazy. I just wanted to run a tournament back in the day that was focused on the needs of Rivals, as opposed to being, in the shadow of Smash Bros. Like we'd always been. And it's kind of blossomed into something I didn't really expect. We have a lot of games besides Rivals that really depend on Heatwave as like one of their big events of the year now. Like Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl 1 and 2. It's kind of like one of their biggest events, period, for that game. Lethal League Blaze, we had, I don't know if we still hold the record, but we had the largest LAN event for that game ever for several years. I think it may have been eclipsed semi-recently. But yeah, no, it's turned into a bit of like a indie game jamboree of just like a lot of really small communities coming out and celebrating video games. It's been great.
yeah. Now, what would you say is your, I guess, most favorite memory of Heatwave these past 9 years?
Favorite memory of Heatwave probably would have to go back to our first one post-quarantine. We were back for Heatwave 4. It was, I believe, 2021, like November 2021. We're still wearing masks and trying to social distance as much as we can. Everyone, it was a vaccine-required tournament, and I stand by that to this day. But it was this just feeling of camaraderie with a whole bunch of people that we hadn't seen in years. There was a whole new influx of players that learned and picked up the game during the quarantine. And it was just like this wonderful celebration of playing Rivals that I hadn't seen in like several years at that point, because, you know, we went through COVID, and while the game was on the uptick by the time Heatwave 3 happened, Heatwave 4 was just electric. The energy in the air was fantastic. There's a picture of me like with like 3 feet in the air, jumping and screaming for my favorite, like, you know, local player, Plastic Dinos. He was, I think he made 4th place at that event, maybe 5th. I don't remember. I think it was 4th, but had an amazing run. And like, you know, for us, anyone in Arizona that makes a deep run in Heatwave is always going to be loud. But like, it wasn't just an Arizona person doing it. It was our first time back at this big event, and it was just electricity in the air, and it was definitely my favorite memory.
Yeah, I mean, again, I've seen some of the photos you shared of your time at Heatwave. It definitely did look like a blast to be there, and for it to be your own thing, to be that exciting, I can't imagine how great it must have felt, and how great it still feels to be able to run it. But speaking of organization, what would you say is the biggest hurdle for organizing a event or tournament?
Well, it depends on the size of the event. If you're talking something like the size of Heatwave, or, you know, like a regional plus size, it's going to be a little different than finding something at a local level. So I guess just to clarify, like, are you looking for more of a local level or something a little bit bigger?
I suppose for this question for now, on a local level, you know, just
Okay.
yeah, at furthest traveling a couple states.
Cool. Yeah, definitely like one of the biggest hurdles for like local level tournaments is, you know, we run a PC game. It's a computer-based game that, especially with Rivals 2 now, is pretty intensive. And so it's a mixture of finding a venue that'll host you, which can be difficult in its own right, but also if that venue doesn't provide computers for you to use, actually having people that can bring setups is like the most difficult thing to achieve. We're very lucky in Phoenix, Arizona. We have a venue that is a computer lab that actually has the computers provided to us, and it's a free venue for us to use. But in Tucson, we're not as lucky. It's a local card shop, and basically to run those events, I have to bring multiple setups of my own. And currently it's on pause because, one, I'm looking for employment. Two, I actually didn't have a car for a little bit, but that's a whole other story. Wasn't my fault, but I did get hit on the interstate, so like I had to like have my car in the shop. So we've been on a break for a bit, but during that break, I was offering people, you know, they could still run the tournament at that same local venue if they wanted to, but the roadblock for every single person was having setups, and I was able to give them one of my computers. And it's like, at a small level, you really need at least 2 if you're only gonna have like an 8-person tournament, right? But like, if you're gonna have, you know, 16 plus people, you need 3 or 4 computers at minimum, and that's just not something that, you know, people are always able to provide, especially with you know, how difficult it is to run Rivals 2 specifically compared to Rivals 1.
Yeah.
So I guess, yeah, it'd be the computers.
Yeah, that, I mean, that is a very common sentiment. I mean, Dia, I don't know when I'm having her on the stream, but when I asked her that question, it was pretty much the same response. I mean, especially if it's a smaller scene, like, for example, the Belgium scene where she's from is pretty active online, but doesn't have many members that can come to locals, let alone bring their own machines. But yeah, I mean, it's a roll of the dice if you can find a venue that will provide setups. I mean, we're lucky here in the UK to have East London Smash and their partnership with the Red Bull Gaming Sphere for Arrival, but yeah, it is honestly luck based in some cases when it comes to these smaller scenes. Now, how about for the like bigger local events? You know, the majors that like the 100+ attendance kind of events.
Funny enough, it's a similar answer, but it's not quite the same. I'm lucky enough that since I work with Aether Studios, I have some contacts that I can rent computers from. Aether Studios actually owns 28 computers, with some of them coming out like breaking and needing repairs. So I think at Heatwave I was only able to collect 24 of those. And through our the people that actually hold on to those computers for us, all I had to pay was the shipping, which is still a lot of money for someone like me, because Aether Studios doesn't put on the event. I just have the contact through them. So Heatwave gets to rent PCs essentially just for the cost of shipping them, which came out to around $1,900, $2,300, somewhere in there, like US dollars, which is pretty expensive. And if you were to run your own major and you don't have these contacts, you also have to put on top of that the rental fee for the computers that you don't own. And in some cases, for example, Smash Camp in Arizona, I helped TO that for Mikey, for that group, and they rented their own laptops. They had to put down a $5,000 deposit up front to make sure that those computers would return safely, because if they don't, that's about how much it would cost them to replace them.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people don't have that kind of money to put forward for computers. And so for the first several years of Heatwave, before I was employed by Aether Studios, I would be running tournaments for Heatwave where it was community driven. Like, this tournament doesn't happen if people flying in don't bring their computers. And so that was always our biggest concern, was people bringing them in. But once again, the computers are and are not the hardest part for me personally to run a tournament. For me, because I do have that contact, finding a suitable venue is pretty difficult. We have been using places such as Jake's Unlimited in previous years for Heatwave that are great in terms of space, but are more expensive towards the participants. Jake's Unlimited, we charged a $30 up to $40, depending on late fees and stuff, for the venue fee per person. But that venue wanted a $15 to $17 per day door fee for every single person. And you add those together, and that's another, $35+ dollars. I got them to make a little bundle of it, so it varied based on what you bought. But that's all of a sudden like a $75+ venue fee for a tournament that isn't the quality of something like Genesis or whatever, that they're charging like 120-ish. And so yeah, it is cheaper, but it's still very expensive for the person. So with Heatwave 8, I was very adamant that we needed a new venue. We ended up using Gamers Guild AZ, which is in North Phoenix, and they were a much easier corporation to work with. We basically charged the same amount of $30 to $40 per person, but all they wanted from us was $5 per person per day. And so much cheaper for the individuals coming in. And it worked out, but also with the new venue, there's new restrictions that come into things. And so we had to mess with how our streams were set up. We had private rooms for it. Our actual PC setups along the aisles had to be in an exact spot, because they had power into the ground that we couldn't move, and so it added a little bit of like clumping that made some of the movement around a little claustrophobic. And also that venue has a restaurant, which is super cool, but it means that anyone that is moving out of the hallway into the aisles are now blocking restaurant staff. And so it added whole new hurdles that we had to get through. And so every time you move a venue, there's something that is going to come up that you just don't know exactly how it's going to look until you've done it once or twice. And so, yeah, it's a mixture of PCs and venues, to answer your original question.
Yeah, I mean, just like all the questions you've answered so far, very, very succinct, very nice answer. Next one, I have a bit of a fun one, I guess. Not too serious. How confident are you in your seeding for players?
It depends on when you would have asked me that, because early Rivals 1 days, I was the person seeding Heatwave, and then I'd send it over to like Menace, and he'd be like, wow, I'm not actually going to change much of this. But you go over the years of especially having Menace being the seeder, so I have to stop worrying about it as much. Much less confident. However, I am very confident that if you gave me more time and it was my only task that I had to do, that I would come up with very adequate seeding for whatever tournament. It would take a lot longer than it would take someone like Menace, because I would have to do the due diligence of like going through data and going through recent events and stuff that, you know, Menace has been going through every single time there's a tournament that gets made for North America. So I am confident when I do it. But if you were to tell me right now, seed this tournament, I would not be confident on the spot.
Yeah, fair enough. That is very, very fair. Seeding is no easy feat. I mean, doing a weekly...
You have to be like plugged in constantly and just always paying attention, because it changes week to week.
Exactly. Like, the weekly I run the amateur series for Europe. Sometimes I make a single disastrously bad seed, and it just throws the entire tournament into a loop. But I mean, that happens, right? I'm not to blame.
It'll never be perfect. Like,
No.
even if you think that your seeding's great, there's always going to be someone making a run or someone that loses early that messes up the seeding. But I mean, as long as you get something that you're proud of, and don't get too many complaints, it's usually going to be a good time.
Yeah, and this one's a lot less serious of a question. Should TOs at local be allowed to enact capital punishment against attendants that hold up the bracket?
Well, I don't know about capital punishment, but attendants that hold up the bracket, I mean, as long as you're setting a precedent that things have consequences, I do think that DQing people, for people that show up late, I don't care if you're the best player in the world. I don't care if you are Cake Assault at Genesis. If you're showing up 30 minutes late to your pool, I'll double DQ you, right? If they're holding up the bracket for other means, then yeah, I'm not afraid to pull some DQs out. And also, I'm a firm believer of double DQs. Because if you get DQ'd into losers and ruin everyone else's brackets because you got DQ'd once and then showed up afterwards, that is just not okay in my book. So I'm a firm believer of, like, if you're causing problems and need to be DQ'd, you are double DQ'd.
Very, very fair. Yeah, I don't know if that's much of a hot take or not, but yeah, double DQs, especially for the higher ranked players, definitely needed. Like, as you said,
I will say I've made some small exceptions for people that have shown up super late and they were like the bottom seed of the tournament at like majors and stuff, and they're just like, oh man, I was hoping to try this game, and it's like, well, them being in losers bracket after being DQ'd out of winners probably isn't going to change anything.
Yeah.
So I've made some exceptions, but yeah, my whole goal with that is to never ruin someone's bracket because like you have a Cake Assault that DQ'd into losers round 1 and just knocks everyone out way earlier than they should have been.
yeah. I mean, despite
Not that
the
he's done that.
no,
Just using the best example I could think of.
yeah, but despite the jokey nature of that question, that was a genuinely nice answer. Now, you have a history of commentating as well for some of these events, right?
Yeah, I've done plenty of commentary.
Yeah, that you can remember, what has been the hypest or best moment that you got to commentate for?
I gotta say it's probably it was a Genesis top 6. It was the, I believe, losers finals between Soul Rifle and Penguin, and that set went down to the wire, and I still remember to this day it was decided by a tether to the wrong side of Penguin. And commentating that live, I still remember that moment and how just bonkers it was. It was a beautiful set with an unfortunate turnaround, but like everything was down to the wire, and it determined, I thought that if Soul Rifle won that game, he was going to go on to beat Cake Assault and win the tournament. But I was pretty confident that Penguin winning that game meant that Cake Assault was going to win the tournament. And so there was just a lot riding on this Game 5 last hit stunner, and I think that'd have to be my choice.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, I think I remember that. I remember, I don't know if I watched it live or watched it back as the VOD highlights, but I do remember at least something similar to that with Penguin and Soul Rifle. So yeah, very, very, very nice moment to be able to be there for. And that's the thing with commentary, is being able to commentate for these like top moments, and just being able to put yourself onto those moments as well. I mean, it's not an opportunity everyone gets to have. I mean, especially with these bigger brackets, like obviously Genesis, it's a bunch of people who everyone recognizes for their commentary. So being able to commentate for especially like top 8, top 6, that really does just, I feel like it elevates the moment for you. But my own opinions of commentary aside, what actually drew you to commentate for some of these events?
So it's actually funny, that specific moment was only possible because Dan was supposed to be the commentator for that top 6. Usually he picks the commentary for Genesis specifically, but he lost his voice that weekend, and I stepped in to do it for him. So I was not the original pick, because normally I try not to commentate if I'm running a tournament, or I try not to commentate a deeper in the bracket thing, because I normally have to stage manage and make sure that people are playing. But that one specifically was because Dan's voice was gone. But the reason I got into commentary in the first place really just actually stemmed from starting the Arizona Rivals scene from literally nothing. I used to bring my computer, my personal computer, and we used to stream on the same computer people were playing on. It wasn't a double stream setup or anything, and there was just a Yeti mic, or no, it was a Blue Snowball mic, just sitting on the table. And so a lot of the times I would be the only person talking into the mic, or, because people would be trying out the game for the first time. And so I got comfortable on the mic originally because I was just building a scene locally. And whenever I would go to a major pre-employment, I'd usually apply for a pools position and not really want to do much more, because my goal was always to be playing in those higher spots, right? But yeah, I think most of it stemmed from being very comfortable talking at a local level, and then seeing that community grow, and eventually also commentating my own regionals like Cold Snap and Overgrown, and then Heatwave as well. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a commentator first, but I do really love doing it when it's asked of me. And I also think I bring a depth of knowledge to the game that a lot of the commentators just simply can't, just because they don't know the game as deeply as I do as a player who actually plays at a top level.
Yeah,
which has its advantages and disadvantages, obviously.
yeah, like obviously people that are like maybe not top players but do commentary will have a very different perspective of the game as TOs and top players, and obviously people that are very entrenched into the game itself. Like, they can definitely see the hype moments and the, the play to play, but being able to read exactly what the moment is calling for, or knowing how someone is pushing their advantage state, stuff like that, that is a skill that is very valuable in commentary. But
Yeah.
getting away.
Oh, sorry.
No, no, no.
Do you mind if I expand on
Yes,
that?
of course, of course.
Yeah. There is a commentator that was, in my opinion, hands down best commentator for Rivals of Aether 1 ever, and that's GPick. He did so much research into sets before accepting jobs that, like, if I offered him a position at a tournament and he, is busy at school or something like that, because I believe he's in law school. Don't want to get too much into his personal life, but like he was responded saying, I don't have time to research this, so I don't think I'm comfortable doing it. And he is, and always has been, such a professional that will learn like the history of the players, learn the recent stuff that has happened with them all the way back to like their beginnings. And I've always loved pairing with him because he has always had a more eloquent voice on the mic, always able to do the professional, like, startups, like, hey, welcome, we're at Genesis or whatever. But pairing him with me always felt great because I specifically remember Double Down. We were given this iPad on either side of us that we would be able to like pause and draw circles and do fun commentary stuff on, because House of 3000 was hosting us. And during that like top 8 block, I think we really vibed because he was able to just carry the conversation and make it interesting, while I was able to point out little tiny like pixel interactions that happened and missed and whatever. But specifically wanted to shout out GPick because I think he's the best that's ever done it. And as for someone that never actually reached top level of the game, his knowledge of players, his knowledge of gameplay just in general really just elevated everything. And I think if anyone wants to get into commentary, you should start by watching any sets that he's ever commentated, period.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to assume I've at least heard a GPick set. I know of him, so I assume I have. But yeah, having that level of knowledge for the players especially is also a really nice thing for commentators to have. Because, of course, you can know exactly what they're doing and why, but knowing the person behind it really does, as you said, elevate the whole thing. It makes it personal. But moving away from questions I'd be able to ask anyone else I've had tonight, specifically for you, first I'd like to ask, obviously you did organization for Heatwave for about 3 years, and then you joined up with Aether Studios. How did that come to be? How did you come to meet with Dan and join Aether Studios?
Yeah, it's kind of a fun and interesting story because the first time I ever met George Edulus was at a tournament called Bigger Balk. That was a SoCal tournament, Southern California tournament, that we drove 8 Arizona people out to. It was the first time any Arizona people went out of state. And 2 of us made it out of pools when neither of us were really seeded to do so. I wasn't surprised. But that's where I met George, and then I just kind of would see him every once in a while, and I finally met Dan and Trevor a week after Heatwave 1 at GTX, Game Tyrant Expo, the first one. That was like that was the day that they announced Clarin. I've got the video reaction of it still on my computer from me being there. But I met Trevor and Dan at that tournament. And then, over a couple years, it's just like a working relationship of I'm running tournaments, and occasionally maybe I ask for some skin codes or something from George. I'm also like, working with them for any like Heatwave skins for like, we had the Heatwave Forsburn, and then we had Sunburt, which was a buddy that we sold for the Heatwave 2 shop, and then Heatwave Claren was one of them as well. Or I guess Forsburn was Heatwave 2, Sunburt was Heatwave 3, and then Claren was Heatwave 4. Doesn't matter. But there was a period during the Grassroots League, which is a circuit that I organized with the intention of, preparing the community to have a period of time where the developers would no longer be able to support them. That was like the mission statement of Grassroots League. And so I went to almost every Grassroots League tournament, except for like one or two. There's a lot of them. But I skipped going to most of the RCS tournaments that year. And I forget exactly which event it was that I spoke to George. But basically, I told him, hey, I'm in geology. I'm in environmental geology right now. I'm really not enjoying this line of work. I like what we do for the environment, but where I'm getting sent out to in the middle of nowhere isn't super fun. If I want to move up and get paid more in geology, then I would have to be part of like copper or gold mining, or go for a master's degree and get into oil, which I really didn't want to do. So I told him, I was like, I'm not asking for a job, but how did you get into what you do? Because, I'd be interested. And he replied to me that like, it's kind of funny I asked because like recently Slap City just hired someone at the time for that similar position. And he's like, yeah, I think you would have been a really good candidate for it. And so then he tells me that he was currently doing the job of like 3 people, and there might be a spot for me on their team. And then fast forward, we are going like talking randomly for about like literally 1 full year back and forth of like, yeah, maybe this could work, maybe this could work. And it wasn't until Heatwave 3 that George went to that we spoke after the Rivals 1 tournament ended, and the last thing of the day was Windjammers, actually. But I go outside and we're hanging out, and he's like, yeah, so we're going to offer you the job. And kind of was like a super big risk for me at the time because, this is a small little indie game, and I have a pretty comfortable career path right now as a geologist. So like it was something I had to mull over quite a bit, but I didn't actually talk to anyone about the position further until Genesis that in 2020, where I flew out to, and I posted a tweet saying I wouldn't be able to like make it, but they were flying me out to run the tournament. And that was true, but I was also mostly there to negotiate contract with Dan. And yeah, it was a really interesting time because I had to balance whether or not it was worth taking the risk of, getting out of a job that has a 401k and paid time off and health insurance benefits for something that is working with an indie company on a video game. But yeah, I ended up taking the job, obviously, and we're here 6 years later. But when I left my position at the geology firm, my manager was like, I get it. It's a risk, and I get it, and if it doesn't pan out, talk to me. And they were willing to hire me back, and that really, like, that confidence from my old manager, which I didn't like the job, but I loved everyone I worked with. That confidence that he gave me that, like, if this risk doesn't pay off, I do have a place back with them, really, like, solidified my decision. And I'm like, all right, I'm all in. And so I ended up going full-time in September of 2020, and the rest is history.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's very, very interesting, obviously. Being, I guess, like, geologically close to the studio, being able to, cross hands with the people that work on it, meeting George, a lot of right place in the right time can lead to such great things. would also
It
know.
was a
I mean,
mixture of talent and luck. It was like 50-50.
exactly. I mean,
Like I was putting in the work on Heatwave and Grassroots League, but I was also, I asked the right question at the right time, and I was able to meet those people and make those connections at kind of when I didn't really plan to. Like none of this was planned. It was never the goal to like get a job with the studio. It was just a lot of luck and a lot of hard work on something that I just thought as a hobby.
yeah, honestly, like some of the best things always come from hobbies. Like, for example, I just took up editing images for fun. You know, making. I think the first thing I ever made on a editing software like Photoshop was just editing a Minecraft texture pack to make the diamonds pink. And I mean, now I've obviously made graphics for R2CS officially. I've made graphics for most things in Europe apart from obviously the local scenes. So, yeah, it's a good sign that if you find something fun, follow it, find a way to, I guess, bring it outside of just hobby, and if it works out, again, it is luck. If it works out, then you're set. But with that in mind, obviously, your tenure with Aether Studios is coming to a close. What would you say is your favorite memory of working for Aether Studios?
I gotta say that probably my favorite time working at Aether Studios, it's not like a singular memory, but I gotta say is probably when we were working on the Workshop 4 announcement to bring out, 4 new characters all at once. I was pretty heavily involved in working with the beta players at the time, but the announcement itself was a surprise to even beta because they didn't get to see those characters until after we announced we were doing it, and then we started working on balancing them with those guys. I think that entire time period was really fun because we got to dive in and do a lot of design docs for, like Hodan had to have a couple moves changed because we didn't want all of them to be balls, essentially. Like his down B, his dash attack, and his up B were all similar animation, and while they were cool, it was something that Dan wanted to change up. And so like we had to like basically decide what was going to change, if anything, on each character, and then how we were going to do it. Because people may not have realized this, but it wasn't really simple bringing over a workshop character to the main game because the coding is completely different. So like Geek had to code the characters from scratch. Like while we had data for them and we had moveset information, like the way that Workshop worked was very different. So it was really fun. Like we got to work on 4 brand new characters, and during that time I was also traveling to tournaments and was pretty active like in the TO scene as well. And I think that would probably be my favorite like memory time frame. Sorry, it's not like a specific one. It's just
I mean,
period.
Yeah, with such a long time at a company, I wasn't expecting like a single moment in a single day. Like, and yeah, the Workshop 4 was a huge announcement. I remember exactly how I felt just watching the reveal trailer. I remember following along with the Workshop contest, and honestly, the 4 that got picked, I still believe are who should have been picked, and obviously that goes without saying. It wasn't an easy decision. I have no assumptions there, but and like
oh, sorry. I just wanted to say that this is not like, I don't think this has ever been really said publicly, but there was a period of time where we were considering adding 4 more characters. And I'm super glad we didn't because it was already really hard doing 4 at a time, but we legitimately discussed adding 8 characters at once. Yeah.
insane.
I'm not working with them anymore, I'll say it. But like, yeah. Yeah, there was a period of time where we were like, okay, well maybe we add 2 grass characters and 2 fire characters at the same time, and it ended up being the wise decision only to stay with 4. But yeah, there was legitimate discussion of like, what if we do 8 though?
Yeah, and I can only imagine the hell that balancing would have been if that decision went through. But, and especially seeing as like the 4 that were picked, they, especially Olympia, Hodan, and Molo, they are very different from their workshop counterparts in some ways. Like, I remember Olympia's workshop Gemfield worked very differently. Molo didn't have like just normal strongs, and
Right.
you said Hodan's animations for 3 of his moves were all pretty similar, and now they are pretty integral to the world of Aether, especially Olympia and Hodan, and I assume hopefully Pom and Molo will get their time in the light. But that does remind me, without spoiling anything you know, what do you hope for future characters in Rivals 2? Like, who would you like to see added?
Well, so I do know a lot of the future plans, but ignoring those future plans, I would say that probably like I've created a design doc for a character that I made, and like the art was done by a local artist, Chupooch, and that's a penguin character. I can actually send you the file because I really don't think it's ever going to happen, and you can show it off. I've never actually showed this character anywhere because I was always holding on to hope that it would eventually get added to the game. But I think I'm at a point now where I'm just like, yeah, it's probably not going to happen. So maybe I can show it off. So maybe I'll change my mind after I say this. But if you're seeing a picture of it on this recording, it's probably because I sent it over. But that would be my, and I'm going to be very clear. There are currently no plans to add that character. So, but my number 2, I've always been a huge Guadua fan. From Rivals 1. I really wanted Guadua to be added to the Rivals 1 roster. I would have absolutely loved it, and I don't know what the plans are. Well, I do know what the plans are, but without saying anything, I think Guadua would probably be like on the top of my like existing characters in the Aether verse to make an appearance in Rivals 2. I would absolutely love Guadua.
Yeah, honestly, think like I need to think outside of the Aetherverse, but like thinking of just like original creations, I would love to see some more like fictional creatures like Galvan, like a Pterosaur. Like Aether, well, obviously full of anthropomorphic characters that do fit most real-world animals, with exceptions like Orcane and Crag being a beetle made out of rock. Like, seeing the team's, I guess, interpretations of like their own ideas for creatures would be really exciting. But just so I can keep you from spoiling anything more, now that you are returning to the grassroots, what are you looking forward to most when it comes to organizing grassroots scene?
Yeah, I am really looking forward to once I get stable in my own right. I'm looking forward to actually starting off the Grassroots League again for Rivals 1. I'm looking forward to running more Rivals 1 tournaments specifically. I think that Rivals 2 is great and has its own legs and doesn't need help. But I also think that Rivals 1 is and always will be probably my favorite video game of all time. And it is something that, like, it is clinging on to life, and we had an uptick in entrance from Heatwave 7 to 8. We actually went up in entrance between those years. The Australian scene is apparently having a nice resurgence. I've got a recent DM from Rendered Spy about that. The Arizona scene is, kind of rallying behind the game, and I think there's a great opportunity to revive the Grassroots League, especially with me not on the dev team. I think that I could probably do some good and help out a game that really deserves to have representation out there, and doesn't have as much support as realistically we can give for it. And I understand why Aether Studios can't really support it as much anymore, but I do think there is a world out there that could benefit from me hopefully leading a charge and having more Rivals 1 tournaments.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, like in any scene, grassroots is very important, regardless of how much dev support the game gets. Grassroots is always going to be like the foundation of how a scene gets treated. If it's not getting cultivated from the ground up, then dev support will only do so much. So yeah, having that foundation of community support is really important. So I'm looking forward to seeing how you go with this moving forward. For our last normal question, are there any plans that you would like to share with us for the future esports or RTCS?
Yeah. So this needs to be taken with a grain of salt because I have given a design doc and preparation document that has been partially approved for the R2CS Season 2. But it could definitely change based on budget because obviously, we're going through layoffs and stuff. So things could change. But the current plans of the Rivals 2 Season 2 Championship Series looks to be more structured than Season 1. Season 1 was a lot of reactivity to whether or not tournaments even wanted to run our game, and getting reached out to by a bunch of tournaments that never ran Rivals 1, and being like, oh, they're interested. Okay, well, we have to have them on the circuit now, and that's why you saw a lot of, tournaments just appearing that, weren't originally announced, were kind of almost short notice, is because it's like, well, we can't really say no to this really big tournament that wants to run our game. Now that we have got this base, we have the ability to really pick and choose what was the best for the tournament scene, what events treated the scene well, which ones had the most attendees, etc., etc. We had the Season 1 was very reactive, as I was saying, and so what we wanted to do with Season 2 is kind of go back to a tried and true RCS season from the first game. So you may or may not recall, but in Season 7 of the RCS, we worked with StartGG during their name rebrand from their previous website, SmashGG, to StartGG. And they allotted us $20,000 to work with different communities and different tournaments that we then turned into predetermined tiers. So we had premier tiers in North America and also in Europe. And then we also had community opt-ins.
Yeah.
And the goal of Season 2, without getting too deep in the woods, because a lot of what I said obviously could change based on budgets and all of that, as previously mentioned. But a lot of what Season 2 is going to look like in an ideal world is choosing those premier events, announcing them all at once, at the beginning of the season, and if we can't announce it, then it wouldn't be a premiere. And then having community opt-ins with them. And that's the mission statement, is to make sure that the Season 2 is structured from the start, which, sounds like it would be an obvious thing to do, but I kind of laid out how Season 1 went with a brand new game, and it's just you're getting requests left and right from tournaments. But now that we have our footing, I think that Season 2 has a chance to be really special, assuming everything goes to plan.
Yeah.
Plan.
Yeah.
Whatever happens after this, I can't tell you.
Yeah, of course, I do remember with Season 7 especially, having that guideline of tiered events. I wasn't a TO at the time, but I do remember, obviously, at least in Europe, that events were tiered for how many points they would give. I believe that, yeah.
Yeah, it gave out different payouts and different points.
Yes.
There was like a silver, or there's a bronze, silver, and gold, and then there was premier tier.
Yes.
And this would be something similar.
Yeah. And obviously, as you said, this is a new game. It's only just entering its second year. So, and it had a pretty dang good launch. So, getting these big events, just reaching out, obviously. I mean, we have Evo main stage this year, which is still insane to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how are you supposed to precedent that? How are you supposed to predict that's going to happen in your first competitive season? So, yeah, I am very looking forward to seeing how we move forward into Season 2. Again, take SPS's words with a grain of salt. That is far from now. Well, not considerably, but it's
not considerably far. No.
Yeah,
but things are changing even as we speak. So.
Yeah, far away enough that things could change to make that not a reality. So, but apart from that, I believe that is all the questions I have for you. Something I would like to ask personally is, do you have a question for me? Just at the tail end of this.
Yeah, I guess my question for you is, how did you originally get started in the rival scene? Because I remember your name popping up and remember like seeing like your rankings go up, because I would also be the person doing like the website stuff for the EU top 25s and stuff. But like I don't know if I ever really saw your beginning. So how did you get into Rivals?
I first started with Rivals 1 back in 2017 on the Xbox, which wasn't a huge scene, especially in Europe and the UK. But at the time, I didn't have a good enough PC to play many games. So, and by the time I did, it was Definitive Edition. So that was what, 2018, 2017.
Definitive Edition would have been 2020, actually.
2020. Oh,
because that's when we did the Switch release. Because I was actually on the team for Definitive Edition.
Oh, when have been? No, it was pre-Definitive Edition. I'm misremembering because I didn't have any DLC characters, so I didn't get any of the infamous skins with Definitive. So I played pre-Definitive, didn't have any of the DLC characters. But yeah, I joined. Started entering the amateur series, didn't place too well, but apart from that, I wasn't at all connected to any competitive scenes before. I loved all fighting games, especially Smash Bros. But yeah, I like a lot of people my age. Came across Rivals through Alpharad and his videos, so I was hooked instantly. I started watching him through Smash Bros videos and had a deep love for that game. So yeah, it was a no-brainer for me to pick up Rivals, and then since then I just kept playing. I started commentating. I think my first commentary, I think, was Regen 2022 in the UK, and I just sat behind the desk at the commentary booth and tried my best, and since then just kept doing it. I believe I commentated most top 8s for RCS seasons 7 and 8. I've been doing top blocks all of R2CS, for a rival, and obviously I also do graphic design. People have almost definitely on this stream seen my graphics for the amateur series, for R2CS, and yeah, believe I joined the management team for Rivals Europe a couple years ago. And since then have just honestly made it my mission to do what I can for this community, whether it be giving it fun events or just trying to keep as much positivity as I can. And I mean, thanks to being in the creator program now, that's really going to make it a lot easier when we're able to cash that out and, you know, bring money into the community through that, paying commentators, paying graphic designers. But yeah, I just found the game, fell in love with it. Honestly, pretty similar story to you, just a different path. Yeah, I haven't looked back since. It's been, what, 8 years? And honestly, it's not even felt that long. But yeah, honestly, I was planning to answer that myself anyway on stream, but oh well, that's future me's problem now. But yeah, it's okay. No, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, with that out of the way, I believe that is it. So I would like to once again thank you for your time, Stephen. Where can everyone find you?
I am on Twitter. I don't know for how long. If I'm doing the grassroots thing, I'm probably gonna keep it. So I do have the @SBS Arizona. I also have the same handle on Blue Sky. I haven't used it as much, but I want to use it more, especially now that I don't really need to use Twitter for work.
Yeah.
And then I am just @SBS on Discord. So if you ever wanted to reach out about potentially like running a Rivals 1 tournament, you can find me through the official Rivals Discord. I think I'm probably not going to lose my blue developer name. I don't know what their plan is. I'll probably still at least have moderator status on there, so you'll be able to find me on the official, like, people call it NA Cord, but I have to call it the official Rivals Discord. And then any of the AZ Rivals like YouTube videos, like they should have links to join our Discord in Arizona as well. So if you ever are trying to find me and can't, or like maybe I don't even notice your friend request, like if you ever want to reach out, that'd probably be the best way. Especially if you're trying to get involved in running more Rivals 1 tournaments for like a grassroots league type situation.
Yeah, I guess last thing for it. Any closing words? Anything else you'd like to say at the end of all this?
Yeah, I guess I just gotta say thank you everyone for, you know, everything up to this point. It's been a really fun ride on Aether Studios. I definitely am not leaving the Rivals community, but it is definitely a new chapter, and so I appreciate everyone for, you know, everything through the years. It's been a lot of fun. I do regret not being able to go to a European major, but I did really enjoy when I was able to go to Ireland with my partner. I actually joined a ranked night that was set up a little early, and I was able to play from a hotel room, like drinking some beers and playing in a hotel room in the middle of Ireland. And it was a lot of fun playing with the European community there, and who knows, maybe one day I'll be able to make it out to a tournament, but I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, and again, thank you for everything you've done, even beyond helping us with RCS and R2CS. It's been a huge pleasure and honor to have you here tonight. I will finally let you go. Once again, if you want to keep up with Stephen, again, the Twitter handle's there, same on Blue Sky, SBS on Discord. And honestly, if you do just follow the European scene, at least check in on the North American scene, especially Arizona. Heatwave's been there for years and hopefully will be here for years to come. So yeah, with that, I will let you go. Thank you very, very much for being here, Stephen.
Thank you.
Once again, a huge thanks to SBS for taking time out of their day to be here with us. I will once again throw it back to present day me so we can close off this interview stream. As I said, thank you once again to SBS for taking the time out of his day just before Genesis to come on and record that interview. And with that, oh yeah, that was pre-recorded. Hello, Manny. Yeah, that was pre-recorded. But yeah, again, thank you everyone that came here tonight. Again, that was Donkascone, Focus Miss, Fabs, Nailax, Guffix, Dia, and SBS. Sorry. Thank you everyone who's stuck around for this very long stream. Thank you Manny for the raid at the end there. But yeah, that was honestly such a amazing interview. I'm so happy. I'm so happy and honored, and I guess just it was such a huge pleasure to be able to take the time with SBS. Honestly, again, that interview was an hour long, but it really didn't feel like it. It was really nice that he gave such concise and detailed answers. But before I close off this stream, I figured, why not? I will answer the questions myself, at least the ones that apply to me. I answered a few of them at the start of the stream, but I just want to close off so you guys know exactly who I am. So, also, again, with that R2CS Season 2 stuff, take that with a grain of salt. Again, things can change. It's a long enough time for things to change to make that not the case, but if that is how Season 2 will progress, that's going to be very exciting. But, to close this off, I am the head TO of URS2, the socials and content manager of Rivals of Aether Europe. The reason we are in the creator program, and Shovel Knight's biggest fan from Rivals 1. Hello everyone, my name is Hokori. I am... So I'm Bailey, you all know me as Hokori. I've been a part of the Rivals community since about 2017, 2018. I obviously, like most people, especially everyone that we interviewed tonight, started with Smash Bros. I grew up with Smash Bros. Brawl. The Wii was my first home console. And then I got Smash Bros. 4 on the 3DS. I got Ultimate. I love fighting games. Growing up, I've also played a lot of Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Tekken. I am deeply in love with the FGC, but most importantly, Rivals of Aether is my all-time favorite video game. Again, I joined in 2018. I found Rivals of Aether through AlphaRad. Got it on my Xbox because I just had a dinky little laptop that wouldn't have been able to run Rivals of Aether. And then when I finally got my own PC, then I got it on my PC. I didn't have any of the DLC characters, so no Claren, no SK Ori, no Sylvanos, you know. But when Definitive Edition dropped, I again kept with it. In 2022, I went to Regen, and that's when I started commentating, as I mentioned. Actually, again, it's been a long stream. I forgot who asked me about my commentary beginnings. Yeah, I got behind the mic and just made shit up and loved it. been commentating, I guess, for 4 years now, nearly. I also do most of the graphic design for European events. Most notably, for RTCS, I did all of the online's graphics. Did the graphics for Arrival, and a top 8 graphic for City Lab, or City Lab Smash Fest. I've been a part of the Rivals Europe team for the past, I want to say, 4 years, give or take. And since I've been making it my, I guess, mission to, or quest as Gothics put it, to make the community a wholesome, happy, inviting place, and also to make sure it grows, you know, make sure the competitive scene grows, make sure anyone that wants to interact with this game in Europe has the place to do so. That's also the main reason I started US2. I wanted people that aren't really on the, you know, upper levels, more on the amateur and intermediate levels, to have a place to compete. And that's been honestly amazing. It's just a door, yep. I decided to have the camera head on for this. Also decided to put on a suit, because why not? But yeah, I started doing graphic design, as I mentioned during the SBS interview. I literally just decided, you know, I want to make diamonds in Minecraft pink in Photoshop. I had access to it because I was in college. And then I got GIMP at home because it's a really good free alternative. And yeah, since then I've just been trying to get better and better at my craft. I think I've been improving a lot. Looking back at some of my earlier graphics, like for Frontrunners back in Rivals 1 days, could use some improvement. Let's see. Yeah, I've been following Rivals 2 since its original teaser trailer back in, I believe, I want to say, so game beta launched in 2024? Game launched 2024. So I've been following with Rivals 2 since what, 2022? 2023 was the original teaser in the Rivals Direct. Everest, I'm not... I'm trying to close off the stream, okay? Anyways, but yeah, I backed it as soon as the Kickstarter went up, so I got to play in the betas. I will say I do miss the more casual modes from Rivals 1. It's story mode. I actually miss Abyss mode and Abyss rooms. That just added a little extra bit of wackiness. Especially early Rivals 2 and late Rivals 1, I used to love entering competing. Though, obviously, a little later on, I started commentating a lot more. And that was my main driving force for going to tournaments. But honestly, I do want to travel to more out of country brackets. Everest, I'm still your friend. Shut up. But I've just not had the chance to. I can't really spend that much money on travel at the moment. I won't get into it, but yeah, but I want to say my favorite memory, I'll split this up into Rivals 1 and 2 because I love both games. My favorite Rivals 1 memory at a bracket was, I want to say Rivals Odyssey, I want to say it was winter 2024. I was commentating grand finals. It was Drip Collector versus Oliver Whaley. I was commentating with Mido Midori, and obviously Drip Collector was a Rasta main in Rivals 1, and anytime he threw out strong, everyone watching would just clap as loud as they could. And I believe it went to a reset, I'm not too sure, but it was, honestly, it really, it was the moment I realized how much I loved commentating. And then, of course, last year I decided to step into the TOing role. I have covered for people in the past, but in February 1st of last year, I started the European Rivals Amateur Series for Rivals 2. It's been going on again for a year and a week. 2 weeks actually, sorry. It's coming up on the end of its second season. There will be a US2 this Saturday on a stream, hopefully. So, again, sorry about last weekend. I was out of town with my partner for our anniversary. But, let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Again, if any of you... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll take some questions if they're serious. Okay, first... Thank you, Manny. And second... Okay, to answer your first question... So, first question, yeah, if you feel like getting anything in the Rivals of Aether 2 store, whether it be a bundle or you just need some more Aether bucks, use code ROA Europe and a percentage of the proceeds will go straight back into the European community. I am hoping we will be able to use that in time for Season 2 of RTCS to actually pay commentators and graphic artists, but on top of that, you'll get bonus Aether bucks, so it's a win-win. And to answer your second question, Manny, because, I mean, it was our anniversary, and I feel like that's more important than Valentine's Day. Anyways, with that, again, as I said, I believe in Dia's interview, I recently... Sorry about that, guys. For some reason, stream decided to drop, and that means there are now 3 VODs on YouTube, so that's fun. Don't worry, I'm back. But yeah, that should, again, thanks to Team Arcade, we should be able to have more, if locals in France. Manny, Everest, I'm no longer going to be answering questions as we've come to the end of our stream. So I would once again like to thank everyone who joined us tonight. Again, our guests tonight were Don Cascone, we had Focus Miss, we had Copter, Dia, Nailx, Guffix, and our special guest, SBS. So, and thank you all, especially if you managed to watch the entire stream. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. I guess if I have to say anything else, keep supporting this community, even if it's not financially. You guys showing up for events like this, showing interest in the things we do, it means the world. I love this community. I love this game, and I'm putting all my passion into it. I mean, I stole my dad's suit jacket, for God's sake, just for a bit. If you have any suggestions for events in the future, feel free to go to the suggestions channel in the Rivals of Aether Europe Discord, or just shoot me a message on Discord. It is just Hokori, HOK0RI. I, as I've previously said, would like to do more of these interviews, hopefully with specific countries. Obviously, France, Italy, UK, those probably be higher priority as they are some of the top placing countries on average. But even other countries, obviously, like Belgium, like Germany and Austria, they usually group themselves together, so. But with that, I have been your humble host, Corey. I love you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. And remember to be good people. Take care, everybody.